Chapter 501, Marriage. 10 days was too short for the people on the continent. In a blink of time, 10 days passed by. In those 10 days, Golden Island was constantly in a buzz. Nobles kept arriving at the island to the point where there aren't any rooms left to stay in. There's nothing left for these people but to stay in tents. Seeing that he cannot do anything about the room problem, Zhao Hai chose to just put out some beastmen tents for them to use. The tents were very big, enough for a beastman family to use, so it was certain that humans can accommodate them. These great nobles haven't seen such a tent before. In the end, a lot of them requested to have a tent and chose to stay in them instead of finding a room. Sitting in the tents and gazing at the green grasses of the mountains made these people feel as though they were in the prairie. However, those nobles who had merchandise could clearly see the specialness on the grass. These grasses growing were actually plate silk grass. These grasses were very tough, simply impossible for beasts to eat. But these grasses can actually be used for medicine as well as be weaved into useful garments. Those few nobles who recognized this grass couldn't help but have their eyes turn bright. On the day of Zhao Hai's marriage, the entire Golden Island was fully occupied, not being able to stay of any other place. Even the pier had ran out of places for the ships to dock. Zhao Hai's group arrived at the island 3 days prior. Lizzie was with them as well. When Zhao Hai saw Lizzie, he became somewhat surprised. In God's grace day, when Zhao Hai saw Lizzie, she was still colorful and held a full posture. But now when Zhao Hai saw Lizzie, she was completely different from before. Her face was yellow. Her body became very thin. She looked at least 20 pounds lighter and was thinner than before. She had become a skinny woman. Seeing Lizzie's appearance, Laura and the others felt sad. They understood what women were like if they weren't able to see their lovers. Lizzie was certainly like this for the whole time. When Zhao Hai looked at Lizzie's appearance, she also felt sad. Even if he doesn't have any feelings for Lizzie right now, he certainly felt Lizzie's feelings for him. This made him touched. After 10 days of recuperation, Lizzie was no longer much different than her original figure. She felt much better than she did before. Zhao Hai looked at Lizzie's figure and went happy. When Lizzie looked at his eyes, he can even somewhat feel that he was melting. After the group arrived at Golden Island, Zhao Hai made the women stay at the naval base while he made the final preparations on the venue. Everybody thought that Zhao Hai would perform the ceremony at the naval base, but they didn't know that Zhao Hai was just using it as a disguise. 7-Colored Castle was the place where Zhao Hai actually wanted to do the ceremony. It was built on the summit of the intersection of the two mountains. Zhao Hai already ordered a strict rule in the past that stated the prohibition of walking to this area. Because of this, it was impossible for people to see the situation inside. It was finally the day of the marriage. According to the customs of the Ark continent, Zhao Hai needed to pick the bride up from her home before they go to his house and get married there. However, Zhao Hai's situation was special, so he can only do all of this at Golden Island. Laura and the others would wait at the naval base as Zhao Hai picks them up. All the people who came for the ceremony were invited by Zhao Hai to the T-shaped mountain and just outside Flower Castle. However, Flower Castle was covered with a dark fog so that nobody can see inside. The nobles didn't know what was going on. When they came, they expected that the ceremony would be carried out on the naval base. Now that they had been gathered in this place, they felt their hearts turn strange. They had heard that every time Zhao Hai turned people into undead, he would use a dark fog along with it. At this time, the nobles were thinking, will Zhao Hai turn us into undead as part of the celebration? Before long, they came to know the answer. They saw Zhao Hai's carriage come out of the base and then circled around the place before taking his brides outside. His horse carriage wasn't a full car, but was something without a roof. Zhao Hai and the others were inside the carriage and can be fully seen by the people outside. The nobles stood on the mountainside and were looking as Zhao Hai brought his brides out of the naval base. They also saw what the brides wore, and even though they haven't seen them before, they liked it and saw that they were beautiful. These nobles thought that Zhao Hai arranged them here so that everyone can see the entire process of the wedding. They were very satisfied with this arrangement, but they heard that the military base wasn't preparing for food and drinks. So how does Zhao Hai plan to make them eat? Will they just go home after the ceremony? Isn't his ceremony just too quick? While the people were confused, they saw that Zhao Hai's carriage was heading towards them. This startled them. They thought that after Zhao Hai receives his brides, they would go back to the naval base and continue the ceremony there. They didn't expect that their carriage would actually go to them. Before long, Zhao Hai's carriage arrived in front of the crowd. The people looked dumbfounded at what they were seeing. In his formal dress, Zhao Hai had a red silk thread on his hand. The other end of the thread was divided into 5. The threads were connected to the hands of Laura, Megan, Lizzie, Meg, and Nair, and in the middle of the thread was weaved into a flower-like appearance. The brides were wearing wedding dresses while holding a bouquet of beautiful flowers. The women's smiles were more delicate than the flowers on their hands. People were staring at this view with a blank face. Letting Nair marry was Laura's idea. Laura knew that Nair wouldn't want to leave her side forever. She reckoned that Nair would sooner or later become Zhao Hai's woman, so they might as well have wed her at this time. Zhao Hai agreed. He understood Laura's thoughts, so he didn't oppose to it. Their current arrangement was one Zhao Hai came up with. There was no red silk thread tradition in the Ark continent. Zhao Hai made his wedding according to the ancient ceremonies of China. When Zhao Hai's carriage passed by the nobles gave their applause. Regardless of what they thought, they need to send Zhao Hai their blessings. The brides were also looking at the dark fog and were confused. They didn't know what was going on since Zhao Hai withheld the ceremony procedures from them. Zhao Hai arrived at the front of the undead and waved his hand, making them give way. Then he also waved his hand and had the dark fog go away. When the dark fog spread out, everyone froze. The nobles were the same. This was because in front of them was a castle made of flowers. Whether it be the castle walls or the gate and even the castle itself, all of them were made up of flowers. 7 colored flowers, large and small, formed the entire castle. At this time, the gate made out of flowers slowly opened. Green, who wore neat clothes along with Blockhead and Rockhead, came out. The two guided the carriage towards the castle as Green incited the other nobles inside. The nobles looked at the castle in surprise. They didn't think that Zhao Hai could quietly come up with such a castle. Among those who came, Randolph was the one most happy. Knowing that Zhao Hai wanted to hold the wedding at Golden Island made them unhappy. But seeing the flower castle right now, their discomfort disappeared. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this good. Very good. Soon, the nobles were following Green as they entered the castle. Upon arriving inside, they noticed that even the floor was made of flowers. What they were stepping on was soft and felt like walking on a carpet. Zhao Hai and his brides were waiting for their visitors on the main square. Among them, only Lizzie didn't understand how this castle came to be. Since Zhao Hai hadn't brought Lizzie to the space, she was unaware about the existence of Care. However, when she saw the castle, her heart couldn't help but be moved. Tears cannot stop flowing out of her eyes. While inside the castle, the nobles were very curious about everything. The castle was made of flowers. Everywhere was flowers. Countless flowers. When everyone arrived at the square, Green walked up to Zhao Hai's side and coughed twice before saying, "I thank everyone for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend the wedding of Zhao Hai Buddha, Laura Markey, Megan Kelsey, Lizzie Rosen, Meg Buddha, and Nair Markey. "I welcome you in behalf of the Buddha clan." The people applauded. After they stopped, Green continued, "Zhao Hai Buddha is a Buddha clan's patriarch. The Buddha clan is a family with a long history, and although it suffered a tribulation, it had stood up once again. Now, Zhao Hai Buddha has chosen to marry his brides, showing everyone the love that they shared. Does anybody agree?" This was the first time that the people present were able to experience this type of wedding. In the weddings that they had attended before, the ceremony only included the fetching of the brides and bringing them into the groom's house. After then, the elders of the groom's family would preside over the ceremony and offer their blessings and then have everyone toast a glass of wine before having the banquet. They didn't understand why Green needed to introduce the background of the Buddha clan. However, since they were already here, all of them clamored in applause. Some of them shouted and said, "Agree." Then Green looked at Zhao Hai's and the bride's eyes and saw that all of their faces were red. Even though this arrangement was Zhao Hai's, when the event came, he couldn't help but be embarrassed himself. Green chuckled and then said, "Then I would start with my granddaughter, Meg." She was the first one to know Zhao Hai Buddha. At that time, Zhao Hai was called Adam Buddha. He was a famous playboy back at Xu Empire's capital. But even so, my granddaughter still liked him and stayed by his side all the time. Even when Zhao Hai had drunk the water of nothingness, she was still at his side. The people issued a warm applause, especially the females. They were moved by Meg's passion. Then Green said, "The second is Miss Laura. She was Persildachi's loved girl. Not only is she beautiful, she also has the talent to stand on her own and established a large merchant group. So why would such a woman be with Zhao Hai Buddha?" Then answer was because Zhao Hai had saved her life. Green continued on and introduced Zhao Hai's and Laura's initial interactions. When the crowd listened to it, they also gave an applause to Laura. Green waved his hand and then said, "Third is Miss Megan." Miss Megan is the little princess of the Kelsey family. She's a lovable girl, gentle, and is also very beautiful. Why would she be with Zhao Hai? The answer was because Zhao Hai. Then Green introduced how Zhao Hai saved Megan. Naturally he didn't include the space in his anecdotes. He only said that, at that time, Zhao Hai had given Laura a very small undead creature that can detect and defend against any assassins. Because of that, Zhao Hai had managed to save Megan's life. This was said in order for people to understand why Megan wanted to marry Zhao Hai. It turned out that Zhao Hai had actually saved her life. This made people who had done good things to Megan before feel comfortable. Thus they applauded. Then Green's gaze turned to Lizzie and said, "Finally, I shall introduce you all to Her Highness Princess Lizzie. She is an honored noble, and her beauty is like the bright moon in the sky. So why would such a woman marry a man who already had many fiancés?" This was because Zhao Hai. Then Green once again explained the circumstances between Zhao Hai and Lizzie. This time, he wasn't polite. Even if he didn't clearly state the persons involved, those who were present understood who it was. This made people know why Lizzie was suddenly bestowed to Zhao Hai. This also made the nobles present understand the big picture. Their evaluation for the crown prince had now dropped by a few levels. How could they think of following a person who would even plot against their younger sister? After waiting for the crowd's applause to die out, Green nodded and then said, "All right, now that we have been introduced to the to-be-wedded, I shall ask Randolph Kelsey to come and officiate the ceremony." Randolph stared. He didn't expect that he would have a part in the ceremony, but he immediately responded and stood up as he smiled while walking to Zhao Hai and the others. Green had already prepared the materials and handed Randolph the marriage certificates. Randolph couldn't help but stare at the certificate for a while, then he recovered and said, "Zhao Hai, Are you willing to be a responsible husband to these women? Do you vow to stay with them forever, in sickness and in health, for richer and for poorer? Chapter 502, Swatting Some Bugs Down. Randolph read the other words on the certificate, but when he said these, the other nobles felt their hearts tighten. In our continent, there aren't any wedding pledges. This was because men were dominant in this society, and polygamy was allowed. Because of this, nobody would say vows during marriage. When the nobles heard Randolph, they thought that Randolph was angry with Zhao Hai for having multiple wives. He asked this question in order to create some obstacles in Zhao Hai's path. Now, everybody present wanted to see Zhao Hai's reply. Zhao Hai looked at the eyes of his to-be wives and smiled faintly before saying, "I do." Those under the stage burst into thunderous applause. Randolph kept his calm and turned his head towards the brides and said, "Laura, Megan, Lizzie, Meg, Nair, are you willing to be responsible wives to this man? Do you vow to stay with him forever, in sickness and in health, for richer and for poorer?" When Randolph asked this, the crowd finally realized that this was a type of marriage testimony. This was the first time that they had seen this kind of thing, so they were very curious. Without a single moment of pause, all of the brides said, "I do," and was followed by another round of applause. 1. Randolph nodded, and then he looked at Zhao Hai and the others and smiled. "Remember your pledges. In behalf of all the guests present, I shall offer our blessings to you. I declare that you are now officially husband and wives. Your marriage has been legally bound and protected by Buddha clan's territory, Golden Island," he said as he gave Zhao Hai the certificate. Zhao Hai took the certificate and held it up high. Then an applause followed. One could feel that the applause this time was very sincere. The crowd knew that the wedding was entirely prepared by the Buddha clan, so the ceremony should have been made by the Buddha clan as well. The nobles could say that this was certainly the most unique wedding that they had attended, especially the final part with the marriage lines and the pledge, which added color to the wedding. And in the end, when Randolph said that their marriage was protected by the laws of Golden Island, the nobles were surprised. But they also understood that this was another guarantee for the authenticity of their marriage, making it even more solemn. After doing all of these, Randolph stepped down from the stage. Then Green returned to Zhao Hai's side as he addressed the audience. "I want to thank you all for coming. The wedding ceremony is over. I invite everyone to please follow the servants' instructions as we go prepare the banquet." The nobles stared. They thought that the Buddha clan didn't prepare anything to eat. When they were asked to eat here, they were too guilty that they couldn't help but laugh. At this time, people appeared. They stood in line and wore servant clothing. But when the nobles looked carefully, they noticed that these people weren't ordinary servants. They were actually undead. But these nobles didn't panic. They knew that Zhao Hai was a dark mage. Everybody knew about it. Therefore, it wouldn't be strange for Zhao Hai to use undead as servants. The undead who appeared were quite many, about 1,000. This number was enough to accommodate the about 10,000 nobles present. The nobles thought that they would be invited to another place to dine. They never expected that the undead would just ask them to the side of the square and didn't leave the area. When they were confused, the ground suddenly moved. The topmost layer suddenly receded, revealing another layer of flowers inside. The nobles were looking at this scene in surprise. They didn't know what Zhao Hai was planning to do. After the second layer of flowers appeared, they didn't stop from moving upwards. Large flowers went up slowly and stopped when it was about the same height as a table. Also, along with the large flowers, then smaller flowers appeared and assumed the appearance of an ordinary stool. This arrangement was naturally to make the area as the place for a banquet. The nobles understood why the flowers on the first layer receded. It was because those flowers were stepped on and were dirty, so they cannot be used as tables and chairs. Therefore they retreated and had the second layer be the furniture since they were clean. The undead quickly led the nobles towards the tables and had them sit on the chairs. Upon sitting down, the nobles noticed the differences between the two flowers. The chair felt very soft, much softer than the ones they were used to. On the other hand, the table was very hard. They can even hear a duo sound when they tapped on it. What intrigued these nobles was the material with which these flowers were made of, and also the flowers making up the castle as well. After the nobles had sat down, rows upon rows of undead suddenly came out as they placed dishes on the table. These undead were all wearing uniform, black vests, white shirts, black pants, black leather shoes, black bow ties, and white gloves. Seeing them made people feel very comfortable. It was at this point that the nobles got a new understanding with regards to the strength of the Buddha clan. It would have taken a lot of time before all of these uniforms were prepared. For Zhao Hai to do it in such a short time wasn't a very easy task. More importantly, except for Zhao Hai and the others, very few members of the Buddha clan had appeared. This placed a shadow over the true numbers of the Buddha clan. This made these people hold a small fear for Zhao Hai deep inside. There were various dishes on their tables. The meal that Zhao Hai had prepared this time was done according to the Ark continent's customs. In front of the guests were a set of knives and forks, and the dishes were something that people from the continent were familiar with. These dishes were also made using the processing machine, so there was nothing else to say about their taste. Although they might not reach the level of top chefs, it was much better than those that people ordinarily ate. Moreover, there were a lot of dishes present. The nobles didn't become polite. They immediately took their knives and forks and placed some dishes on their plates. But soon they discovered something special about the table. The petals of the tables were separated into two layers, with the larger layer placed below the smaller one. While the utensils were placed on the large layer, the dishes were placed on the small one. They noticed that the small layer was spinning slowly, enabling the guests to eat all the dishes without having to stand up. These nobles were once again curious about Zhao Hai's designs, but in the end they had to agree that this was a very good idea. If you go to the nobles' banquets, even if you have your own spot to yourself, you still need to stand up and get your food. Some may see the gesture of standing up to be disrespectful and would much rather not eat and just stay sitting. With the Buddha clan's design, one wouldn't need to stand up just to eat some dishes. Then, the undead brought over the liquor. All of them were placed inside transparent bottles. One bottle had a clear liquid, the other had red, and the last one was yellow. Red wine was commonly consumed in the continent, but their process of manufacturing wasn't very perfect. Because of this, the brewing of their wines weren't done very well. White wine and beer was very rare. Most of the guests weren't even able to understand what those two others' drinks were. When the liquors were sent, each one of them had their own set of glasses. The characteristics of each liquor were also written on the bottle, making the nobles taste them with scrutiny. There were some of them who liked the intensity of white wine, some of them loved the red wine, and some of them liked the aftertaste of beer. This reception to the liquor made the atmosphere of the room warmer. At this time, a large cart was suddenly pulled towards the square. The cart was very big and was very long. On top of the cart was a whole blade scale whale, completely roasted. With regards to roasting blade scale whale, Zhao Hai's group was already quite experienced. They had successfully roasted one back at God's Grace Day, so the one served today should be much better than the one before. With how large a blade scale whale was, The nobles were all staring blankly as it was carted in. While they were dumbfoundedly looking at the big fish, an undead servant suddenly wielded a blade as it sliced some meat on the whale and had them served to the tables. The nobles were very curious about the taste of the blade-scale whale meat, not to mention how fragrant it was. With how a food's appearance and smell affected one's judgment, there was no wonder that the guests found the whale's meat to be quite delicious. The atmosphere became even more warmer. The guests were eating very happily. They didn't expect the Buddha clan to deliver such a spectacular banquet. The one that was happiest with the situation was Randolph. When Zhao Hai didn't let him help, he thought that Zhao Hai was just doing it to save face. Because of that, he was afraid that Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to deliver, but he didn't think that Zhao Hai would actually make the guests satisfied. This thought gave Randolph a huge smile on his face. At this time, a sound was suddenly heard from the skies. "Is Zhao Hai here? Have Laura and Karen come out? These two are traitors to the Marquis family. They need to come with us back to the Marquis family. This is an order." The nobles who were eating suddenly stopped and stared at the figure on the sky. There was no need to ask, it was certainly a 9th-rank expert. However, these nobles weren't very scared at this 9th rank right now. What all of them had in their minds were, the Buddha clan's patriarch would have to swat an insect down. In the eyes of the nobles present, this man was just an insect waiting to be dealt with. How many nobles were currently present here? Almost all of the great clans of the Rosen Empire was present, and also, what was Zhao Hai's status now? He was Kelsey family's son-in-law, the Rosen Emperor's son-in-law, as well as the Buddha clan's patriarch. For such an expert to come here and demand for his father and wife to be handed over, what does this look like? If this expert isn't swatted down, everybody would certainly feel strange. Zhao Hai, who was currently talking to a noble, couldn't help but smile faintly and said his apologies to the noble. Then he looked up at the 9th rank expert. Chapter 503. Triple Collaboration. The person on the sky was a warrior. He wore black warrior's clothes and had a long sword at his back. The sword was very long, even much taller than him. It may even be more appropriate to call it a spear. The man had a dark skin. He looked like a black man, but he was more golden in his color. One really couldn't describe it. This person had a long scar, spanning from his right eye to the left corner of his mouth. His right eye was already non-functional, so he placed a black eye patch over it. An ominous person. The word ominous was the first thing that came into mind when looking at him. Zhao Hai took up a wine glass and smiled as he said, "Does Mr. want to attend my wedding? How about having a glass of wine?" The 9th rank expert didn't expect Zhao Hai to be very calm in this situation. He stared for a moment before he coldly snorted and said, "Who do you think you are, talking to me like this? Go hand me Karen and Laura, or else even your undead wouldn't be able to stop me." Zhao Hai looked at the man and smiled. "This one is Zhao Hai Buddha. Laura is my wife and Karen is my father-in-law." "Sir, not only did you trespass on my property, you even demanded for my wife and father-in-law and dare threaten my life. Do you think that this attitude is acceptable?" The 9th rank expert became angry and he snorted, "You don't have the qualifications to lecture me, boy. I don't have the patience to talk with you. Go hand over Laura and Karen. Otherwise, you'll die." Zhao Hai still calmly looked at the 9th rank expert and said, "Mr. doesn't need to lose his temper. You're just a piece. Go call out your remaining 8 partners. There's no need to play around here." When Zhao Hai said his words, the 9th rank as well as the nobles were surprised. The 9th rank didn't expect Zhao Hai to know that he didn't come alone this time. At the same time, The nobles didn't expect that Zhao Hai would know that there are other ninth ranks in the vicinity. The ninth rank expert looked at Zhao Hai and laughed. Good, good, young man, you're interesting. I didn't think that those old fogies wouldn't know how to count properly. You actually found out about them. Young man, you're really talented. It's a pity that you shall die today. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, the one who dies is still uncertain. Then he waved his hand as 10 figures suddenly appeared from Golden Island. The ones at the castle cannot see the figures clearly, but the ninth rank can, and from what he saw, it seemed like those 10 were all ninth ranks, ninth rank magic beasts. The one-eyed ninth rank stared before his complexion changed. He looked at Zhao Hai and then suddenly swung his blade, sending a strand of sword chi heading towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't move at all. Then a sharp sound suddenly came as a golden light clashed with the sword chi. The attack immediately dissipated and the one-eyed man's face immediately changed. As soon as his expression changed, he immediately turned around to run away. At the same time, the other 8 ninth ranks also appeared and started to fly away from the island. Zhao Hai looked at them flying away before he turned his head towards his guests and smiled. Everybody, no need to be startled. Come, come, let's drink. Then he started to offer drinks to the guests along with Laura and the others. However, the nobles weren't quick to shift their thoughts away from what just happened. They knew that those ninth ranks wouldn't have retreated for no reason. It was possible that they were frightened with that golden light. For that golden light to negate an attack of a ninth rank expert meant that the golden light belonged to another ninth rank. Moreover, this ninth rank should be under Zhao Hai's influence. This made the nobles re-evaluate their view of the Buddha clan once again. The nobles continued to eat the dishes on their tables as Zhao Hai was offering them a toast. It was like nothing just happened at the square. Soon after Zhao Hai offered a toast to everyone present, he stood on the stage and looked at the guests and said, "To everyone, I want to let you know that there is no need to worry about what happened earlier. My Buddha clan had already solved the problem." Then he waved his head as an undead creature appeared at the side. The undead was the one-eyed ninth rank expert from before. He even had his long sword at his back. When the nobles looked at the undead, they were very sure that this man was the ninth rank expert from earlier. This was because his appearance rarely changed even if he had become an undead. However, there were some nobles who didn't believe Zhao Hai. While he looked at the guests, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Juki, tell everyone what's going on." The undead immediately gave Zhao Hai a bow before saying, "Yes, young master, I am Marquis family's foreign elder. This time I was presented an order from the family to lure the Buddha clan's ninth ranks far away. As soon as the Buddha clan's ninth ranks become distracted, the other ninth ranks would come here and kill everyone. When that time comes, the Rosen Empire wouldn't have many high-ranking officials left, after which the opportunity to seize the Rosen Empire would arrive." Zhao Hai frowned and asked, "Does the Marquis family have the power to seize the Rosen Empire? Are all these ninth ranks from the Marquis family?" Juki shook his head and said, "They're not, young master. They aren't all from the Marquis family. Only 3 of them are from the family. The other 6 are equally divided by both the Wuxia Empire and the Radiant Church, 3 each." The 3 had reached an agreement that as soon as the nobles here are killed off, they can then attack and occupy the Rosen Empire. Upon hearing Juki's words, every noble present went into an uproar. They didn't believe Juki's words in the beginning. It was just like Zhao Hai said, with the strength of the Marquis family, it would be impossible for them to occupy the Rosen Empire. But when they heard that both the Wuxia Empire and the Radiant Church were involved, They immediately believed it. They all knew that the Wuxia Empire did indeed have sinister thoughts towards the Rosen Empire, and the Radiant Church was also the same. Starting from the time when the Rosen Empire started to suppress their religion. With this, it was very likely for the three of them to collaborate. Moreover, these nobles also knew that those that attended today comprises about 80% of the Rosen Empire's nobles. All of them were high-ranking nobles. Small families were simply no qualified to attend. So if these people suffers an accident, the Rosen Empire would surely fall into ruin. If the Wuxia Empire and the Radiant Church used this opportunity, taking over the Rosen Empire wouldn't be very difficult. Zhao Hai looked at the nobles and said, "Now all of you are aware of the situation. However, there is no need to worry. The other 9th ranks aren't able to escape. As long as everybody arrives at their homes safely, the plans of the Wuxia Empire and the Radiant Church wouldn't come into fruition. Everybody can be rest assured. You can all just enjoy the banquet in the meantime." The nobles had already seen a magnificent scene, so they became calm as soon as they heard Zhao Hai. They understood that Zhao Hai's strength was enough to deal with 9th rank expert to the point that they can't even leave the island. The people became energized once again. There were even some who shouted loudly, "This wine would be wasted if the groom doesn't come and offer us a toast." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "All right, good, ha ha ha. Then I shall give you another toast." Then he held his wine and once again gave a toast to the guests. It was at this time that the nobles noticed something extraordinary. Zhao Hai had actually remembered each and every one of their names. This was very noteworthy. There were several thousand nobles present, but Zhao Hai can unexpectedly remember all of them. This was really too astonishing. The people drank liquor until the skies turned dark, after which the place started to thin out. A lot of nobles were very drunk. Zhao Hai led these people out and made sure that they reached their tents safely. In the end, Zhao Hai had expelled every single person from Flower Castle. The only people that remained was himself and his 5 brides. Zhao Hai went to Meg's room first. Laura and the others accepted this as well. This was because Meg had been the woman who was beside Zhao Hai the longest. The other women gave her the opportunity to be the first this time. Zhao Hai had drunk a lot of liquor, but he had also drank life liquid, so he was completely sober. At this time, Meg was sitting in the room on her nuptial garments. Her heart was jumping crazily. She had waited for this day for a long time and it had finally arrived. Zhao Hai gently opened the door and walked in. Meg looked at Zhao Hai and then immediately lowered her head in embarrassment. Zhao Hai looked at Meg's appearance and smiled as he walked slowly towards her. As Zhao Hai came closer and closer, Meg's face became redder and redder. When Zhao Hai gently held Meg's hand, her body couldn't help but shudder. Zhao Hai looked at Meg and then whispered, "Meg, you finally became my wife, are you happy?" Meg gently nodded. Then Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he hugged Meg, whose face was still getting redder. She didn't struggle and just leaned her body towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Meg's face as he slowly lowered his head to kiss Meg's forehead, then her nose, then her ear, then her cheeks, then her mouth. While doing so, Zhao Hai gently untied Meg's nuptial garments and slowly removed her clothes. The temperature of the room rose a few degrees as a romantic atmosphere permeated. Before long, Meg's lamp had gone out. The sound of man and woman was heard inside, and soon a woman's voice sounded out as everything turned silent. Then conversation was heard. "Young master, you should go to Laura's room." "No, I'll accompany you tonight." "Young master, you still haven't." "You should go to Laura and the others. This evening is also their wedding night. If you don't go, then wouldn't they be sad?" "But if I go, then what about you?" "I'm sure they will understand." "Young master, if you don't go, I will get angry. Before long, the same dialogue was heard on the second room. Chapter 504, Marquis family changes leadership. Zhao Hai's wedding had ended, but the buzz surrounding it was still continuing. There were a lot of new things in Zhao Hai's marriage, a lot of new experiences. It would take some time before people can digest them. Also, after Zhao Hai's wedding, the Rosen Empire immediately declared the Radiant Church as an illegal organization. Everyone who can report their movements inside the empire would be rewarded greatly. And since the Xu Empire wanted to derail the higher levels of the Rosen Empire, all of the diplomatic relations between the two empires had been cut off, and because of the Marquis family's involvement, they were now wanted criminals in the empire. Rosen Empire's response gave Zhao Hai a surprise. However, since he was still in the period of marriage bliss, he didn't care much about the happenings in the continent. A week after living inside the castle, Zhao Hai wanted to let Kair retrieve it. However, Laura and the others disagreed, so in the end the castle stayed. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others were sitting in the living room. Laura and the others were now acting very much like young married women as they sat beside Zhao Hai. Green, Mren, Khan, and Karen were also present. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and Karen and said, "Laura, father-in-law, the Marquis family disturbing my wedding made the Buddha clan lose face. I want to deal with them." Green and Mren weren't speaking. The decision on this matter lies on the hands of Laura and Karen. After all, they were people from the Marquis family. If they agreed to deal with the Marquis family, then Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. If they wanted Zhao Hai to let the Marquis family off, then Zhao Hai wouldn't touch them. Everything hinges on Laura and Karen. Karen coldly snorted and said, "Why are you hesitating? Deal with them. Do you still think that we are from the Marquis family?" From the moment we entered the Persal Duchy, we already stopped treating ourselves as one of them. Since they disrupted Laura's wedding, then I shall not spare their lives. Laura's face was also cold as she said, "Brother Hai, no need to be polite. Don't worry about us and just go deal with them. If we don't do something, people of the continent would think that our Buddha clan is fine to be bullied." Zhao Hai looked at Laura and Karen, then he faintly smiled. "Laura, father-in-law, if you say so, then I shall be impolite." Karen coldly said, "Do it." "If I just have the strength, then I had already taken care of my mother's enmity that year. Now I'll leave this matter into your hands." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Then I have a plan, father-in-law. How about we take everything from the Marquis family and have Laura be the matriarch?" Karen gawked, then he suddenly smiled and said, "Good, that method is fantastic. The reason the Marquis family had become what it is today is because of my mother. If the family gets handed over to Laura, then it'll be good for my mother's memory." "Alright, let's do that." Zhao Hai laughed. Then he turned to Laura and said, "Laura, my wife, I'll have to leave the Marquis family to you later. The Marquis family's business spans across half of the continent. How to manage it depends on you." Laura smiled faintly and said, "What, you don't trust my management? With the Buddha clan as a backing, I don't think anyone in the continent would want to annoy me." Zhao Hai cannot help but laugh when he heard Laura. Then the group entered the space as Zhao Hai had Karen and Laura mark the Marquis family's location on the map. However, the space's map was still incomplete, so Zhao Hai released a hawk and had it bring the ghost staff to map the continent. At this point, Lizzie was now aware of the space. On the evening of the wedding, Zhao Hai brought Lizzie to the space and talked about it with her before the two celebrated their marriage. This explains why Lizzie wasn't startled by the space's abilities. The hawk used 5 days to map the continent. Naturally, by continent, it only meant the parts where humans had inhabited. The places where the dwarves, elves, and the beastmen live worse still left undiscovered. They just didn't have the time. After mapping the human areas of the continent, Zhao Hai immediately had Laura and Karen list the Markey family's shops. When they finish marking the shops, their operation shall then begin. At this time, Zhao Hai was also introduced to another ability of the space. As long as Laura and Karen told Care about the emblem of the Markey family as well as the affiliated nobles to the family, their stores would immediately be marked in the map. This was an ability that Care had acquired when she broke through. Zhao Hai was very happy about this ability. This can surely save them a lot of time in the future. Karen also told Zhao Hai that since the Markey family had made a lot of enemies throughout the years, the headquarters of their family was changed. There were also fake headquarters placed all throughout the continent. Only one of them was the real one. There were only a small number of people who knew about it, and unfortunately for the Markey family, Karen was one of them. The reason why Karen knew about the place was by coincidence. He had once heard his father tell his stepmother that the real headquarters of the Markey family was somewhere none other than the original headquarters of the clan of Karen's mother. After the Markey family absorbed Karen's mother's clan, the Markey family had carried out a secret plan to have their headquarters transferred to Karen's mother's clan. The headquarters was constructed in secret, and there were fewer people who knew that this was the Markey family's headquarters. People wouldn't think that the headquarters of a small noble family would actually be Markey family's real headquarters. When Karen revealed this information, Care immediately marked the place on the map and had it displayed on the monitor. The Markey family's headquarters wasn't just a simple structure, it was actually made of gold. A house made of gold, where everything from the tiles to the walls were made of the precious metal, and was covered in mud bricks in order to hide it from outside. This was to ensure that if one day the family gets taken down, the descendants can use the gold in the building to start from the very beginning. But unfortunately for them, this didn't manage to evade the eyes of the monitor. Zhao Hai quickly drew out his plan of action. Just like what he did with the Robert family, he would stage an attack to all the shops of the Markey family. But this time, Zhao Hai wouldn't kill the personnel. He wanted to control and restrain them until Laura takes control of the entire Markey family. If those managers surrendered, they would be spared, but if they won't, then they would be killed. The third day after Zhao Hai finished his plan, they made their move. This time, Zhao Hai wasn't polite. The Markey family didn't hesitate to deal with him. Additionally, Karen and Laura no longer held feelings for the family. With this in mind, how could Zhao Hai be polite? In one night, all the immediate members of the Markey family vanished from the continent. The only heir to the family that remained was Karen. The Buddha clan's thunder-like attack made the great clans of the continent startled. While Zhao Hai extinguished the Markey family, Karen made his move and assumed the position of the family's patriarch. Then he announced his claim to all of the Markey family's businesses. And just as what Zhao Hai had thought before, there were some managers who immediately surrendered while there were others who had other plans. Zhao Hai didn't become polite and quickly eliminated those who refused to surrender. This went on for quite some time, and when all the opposition was dealt with, Karen immediately announced his resignation as patriarch and handed the position over to his daughter Laura. The people of the continent had long thought that such a day would come, but they didn't expect it to come this soon. They didn't think that the Markey family would fall into the hands of the Buddha clan this quickly. But nobody in the continent said anything. First, because Laura and Karen were legitimate successors of the Markey family, and the second, because they had recognized the Buddha clan's strength. Now there aren't any people who dared to underestimate the Buddha clan. This was because the strength that they had displayed was very formidable. After Laura took over the Markey family, she immediately announced that the family would let go of 20% of their shops, and these shops were all positioned in the Wuxia Empire. This had a huge effect on the Wuxia Empire's economy. At the same time, Laura also gave up another 10% of their shops, which were placed on several other nations besides the Rosen Empire. This had also affected the economies on those nations. Although the Marquis family had given up on 30% of their shops, the other 70% was growing fast. Laura also used this opportunity to bring the managers of those shops over to her side, making her have full control over the family. After Zhao Hai had dealt with the Marquis family, the Rosen Empire immediately took back their sanctions on their shops. However, they didn't do the same for the Wuxia Empire. The Rosen Empire has now placed a firm foot on the ground and had all of its channels to Wuxia Empire sealed, whether it be by land or water, whether they be legal or illegal. All of them were blockaded. The nobles of the Rosen Empire were unprecedented united. This was because all of them knew that the Marquis family and the Wuxia Empire had conspired against 80% of them. Because of this, those nobles cannot just let Wuxia Empire go off unscathed. In Lifeline Canyon, the Wuxia and Rosen Empire soldiers were already having minor conflicts with each other. Zhao Hai's navy from Golden Island also made its move, disallowing ships from entering the waters of the Wuxia Empire. This made the Wuxia Empire experience a crisis. This time, the Rosen Empire, the continent's most powerful nation, wasn't playing around. When they get serious and consolidate their power on one target, the strength that they displayed was explosive. Although this matter had caused some losses to the Rosen Empire, they were willing to accept it. They want the Wuxia Empire to learn a lesson that they will not forget. In comparison, the business in Golden Island was doing extremely good. There were a lot of pirates who used this opportunity to ravage the waters of the Wuxia Empire. Then they would sell their loot in Golden Island, bringing huge profits to Zhao Hai's fief. Actually, Zhao Hai understood that it would be impossible for the Wuxia Empire to be unable to trade for anything. There were pirates who looted the Wuxia Empire that cooperated with some merchants from the empire to trade their goods on Golden Island. But Zhao Hai only placed one eye on this situation. As long as they don't abuse this system, Zhao Hai would just let it go. However, if someone were to actually do a huge transaction with the Wuxia Empire, Zhao Hai would send his navy after them and sink their ships while looting their goods. After this happened for a few times, the merchants finally behaved themselves. At this point, there weren't a lot of things in Wuxia Empire's waters that can evade Zhao Hai's ears. He had released a lot of marine creatures out at sea and had them monitor the ships. Zhao Hai was able to deal with those who abused the system because of this. The Wuxia Empire was regretting. They regretted their treatment of the Buddha clan in the past. They regretted that they had been part of the Radiant Church, and they had regretted that they had participated in dealing with the Buddha clan. Since Southern King Boris was a huge part on these operations, a lot of people at his side decided to leave him. In their eyes, Boris was hopeless. He had offended a powerful family that was the Buddha clan. It was only a matter of time before he was dealt with, and these people didn't want to follow him on his grave. The Buddha clan's strength was now well known, so there aren't a lot of people who were willing to offend them. The Buddha clan was so strong that they can single-handedly deal with 9 ninth-rank experts simultaneously. At this point, those who underestimated the Buddha clan would be courting death. There were now more and more people who came to Golden Island, making the business of the place better and better. Nobody dared wreak havoc on the island. All of them were here to make money. They didn't want to lose their heads just because they had offended the Buddha clan. It took nearly a month before both the Marquis family and Golden Island got back on track. It was also time for Zhao Hai to take care of his matters back at the Beastman Prairie. Chapter 505, Air Force. It can be said that the relations between the two empires were getting so tense that they were already on the verge of war. Moreover, the Radiant Church was involved in this situation, so with how special the location of Golden Island was, it was common sense for Zhao Hai to not leave for the prairie and instead stay on Golden Island to defend it. But Zhao Hai didn't think so. After analyzing the situation with Green and Randolph, they came to the conclusion that the two empires wouldn't be able to declare war with each other very easily. Therefore, Zhao Hai used this opportunity to go to the prairie and take a look at the situation there. It was now the beginning of spring in the prairie and the grass had started to grow. The beastmen would return to herding and communicating with each other. This was the best time for Zhao Hai to go to the prairie. Additionally, Zhao Hai was also planning about how he would spend his time with his wives. He was now an 8th rank expert, so he would have no issues with spending the night with all of them. However, the women didn't think the same. They were afraid that Zhao Hai would hurt his body. Therefore, they told him that he can only accompany one of them each night. Zhao Hai was now thinking about how hard must it be to meet his wife. He equally loved his wives, but when he spends the night with one of them, he would think about how lonely it would be for the others. This made him feel sadness in his heart. But it was great that the women weren't showing any signs of envy to one another. This made Zhao Hai happiness instead of guilt. Although Zhao Hai had been used to living as a person of the Ark continent, he was still a person from Earth deep inside. Because of this, he still felt distant to how people acted in the continent. Even if the Rosen and Wuxia empires were in a tense situation and were having small conflicts here and there, they were still afraid to fully attack each other. However, the Rosen Empire was still leading the standoff due to how they were hampering the Wuxia Empire's economy. This made the Wuxia Empire feel tense. This time, when Zhao Hai travels to the prairie, he wasn't planning on riding a carriage nor sailing on a boat. He was preparing to sit on the back of a bloodhawk as it flew towards the prairie. As the space was upgraded a few times, the bloodhawk's strength had gotten stronger and stronger as well. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to try to ride one. This was also to make the existence of his bloodhawk known to the continent. Zhao Hai planned to bring Laura and the others along. Naturally, Shu and Shun were coming as well. On the other hand, he didn't bring Blockhead and Rockhead. He had them stay on Golden Island and manage some matters there. Zhao Hai didn't want the two of them to be his bodyguards forever. He wanted them to be more like Green when they grow up. The two didn't disagree. They also understood what Zhao Hai wanted, so they went to study under Kun. After all, they still had the space. They can see Zhao Hai at any time. While Zhao Hai and the others were sitting on the backs of bloodhawks, the Rosen Empire was in a stir. After all, there weren't any humans before that could fly on the backs of flying magic beasts. This was the reason why air forces were non-existent among human nations. But now, one appeared, so it was impossible for people to not pay attention. Even the monarchs personally asked questions. Having an air force meant that one would have a new avenue in attacking the enemy. It can also do reconnaissance missions. Because of that, people were constantly on the look for any possibilities of acquiring one. The first person to look for Zhao Hai was Randolph. Randolph didn't think that Zhao Hai would have such magic beasts. The moment he found out about this, he immediately approached Kun and had him talk to Zhao Hai. Randolph wishes for Zhao Hai to give a unit to the Kelsey family. Kun felt that this matter wasn't easy to deal with, so he immediately contacted Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai sent over a message to Randolph that basically meant that Zhao Hai was waiting for someone to give word. After hearing the message, Randolph understood. He was a patriarch, and he had seen a lot. Because of this, he immediately knew what Zhao Hai was talking about. That someone who Zhao Hai was waiting for was naturally the Rosen Emperor. One must know that nations had always dreamt of having their own air force, but they still hadn't succeeded in making one, and now that Zhao Hai had one of his own, this matter had naturally become quite a huge matter in the empire. If Zhao Hai wanted to give some units away, the first one to receive them should be the emperor. If he didn't, the emperor would definitely be offended. After Randolph thought through this point, he didn't disturb Zhao Hai any longer and was now waiting for the emperor. Before long, the emperor called for Randolph since Zhao Hai was in the prairie. When Randolph received the summons, he immediately knew what was going to happen. He didn't dally and swiftly went to the imperial palace to have an audience with the emperor inside his study. After having sat down, the emperor looked at Randolph and smiled. "Randolph, your granddaughter's husband is truly extraordinary. He really does have tons of good things." Randolph forced a smile and said, "Your Majesty overpraised. Who knows what that boy has?" "To tell you the truth, I had no idea that he had an air force. I came to find him this time, only to find out that he had ran over to the prairie. I already approached his clan to send him a message to come back." The emperor nodded and said, "Good." Then he carefully asked, "What kind of magic beast does this air force use?" Randolph smiled faintly and said, "Your Majesty, he isn't using magic beasts, but instead, phantasmal beasts." The emperor stared, then his expression changed. "Phantasmal beast? That's impossible. With how phantasmal beasts were, you should know that they aren't capable of carrying people. We have already researched having phantasmal beasts as an air force before, but didn't it fail?" Randolph forced a smile and said, "Your Majesty, of course I know." "But what they were using were indeed phantasmal beasts. I saw them with my own eyes. They rode those beasts as they flew into the sky, and when they went back down, they transformed into armor." The emperor found himself unable to sit still. He stood up and asked, "What, is that true?" Randolph smiled and said, "Your Majesty, I wouldn't dare lie to you about this. I asked Housekeeper Khan about this matter and he said that those phantasmal beasts are things that Little Hai personally raised. The physical properties of those phantasmal beasts aren't very different from magic beasts. Moreover, not only can they turn into armor and carry a person on their backs, they also don't need to absorb energy from humans. Feeding them meat was enough to sustain them." The emperor stared, then he said, "So there was such things. Those phantasmal beasts may be good for us. A few thousand of them would certainly benefit us greatly." Randolph forced a smile as he replied, "Your Majesty, you shouldn't overestimate them. After all, a phantasmal beast is still a phantasmal beast. They cannot carry people that are too heavy. Moreover, they also cannot be equipped with a lot of things. At most, knights can carry 2 quivers of arrows as well as a bow and a short sword." The emperor smiled faintly and said, "That's already quite good." "Right, go discuss this with Zhao Hai. Do you think that he would be able to give me several thousands to play with?" When Randolph heard the emperor, his smile got more bitter. His Majesty was a good ruler, but there were times where he would act just like a spoiled child who wants to have all his whims accomplished. Randolph can only smile and said, "Your Majesty, you also know that training phantasmal beasts isn't very easy. I'm afraid that Little Hai wouldn't have a large number of them." The emperor snorted and said, "What's to be afraid about, if he can't train them? The empire will lend him a hand. With the strength of our Rosen Empire, it would be impossible for us to be unable to train phantasmal beasts. In any case, tell him to give me phantasmal beast eggs, the more the better." Randolph forced a smile and said, "Yes, Your Majesty. Rest assured, I will immediately talk to him when he comes back." "Right, Your Majesty. I also heard that in their armor form, those phantasmal beasts could still use their wings. When someone wears the armor, they would be able to fly at a low altitude for a short distance." Then Randolph stopped, since he could feel that with each word that he said, the Emperor's heartbeat would get louder and louder. One could see clearly how exhilarated the Emperor was just by thinking about the beasts. But nobody can blame him. Generations of rulers have always dreamed of having their own air force. Randolph was afraid that the Emperor would ask for more phantasmal beasts from Zhao Hai if he spoke more words. Just like what Randolph thought, the Emperor immediately said, "Fantastic, that's great. Go, quickly send a letter to Zhao Hai. Tell him that he has 5 days to send me the phantasmal beasts." Randolph bitterly smiled and then gave a bow before asking to be excused. He still didn't know whether Zhao Hai can provide the beasts in 5 days. Can Zhao Hai get back from the prairie at that time? After he returned home, Randolph immediately wrote a letter for Zhao Hai. The letter was sent through Kun, who immediately told Zhao Hai about this matter. Zhao Hai naturally didn't oppose. He also sent a reply that he would send the beasts in 5 days' time. Actually, this buzz about his air force was deliberately set up by Zhao Hai. He knew that his air force wouldn't be hidden for long. Additionally, if he didn't reveal this matter, the Rosen Empire would feel dread when he revealed it in the future. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to just let this matter out. As long as he provided the Rosen Empire with a few phantasmal beasts, the Emperor wouldn't feel too bad about him. 5 days later, Randolph brought 300 phantasmal beasts and 1,000 eggs to the Imperial Palace and handed them over to the Emperor. At the same time, Randolph also handed instructions about how to handle them, what to do when they hatch, how to take care of them after birth, how to raise them up and how to train them. Every detail was carefully written. These things were naturally the work of Nair. Nair liked raising animals the most. Although the phantasmal beasts can be hatched by the space, Nair was still curious and had gotten herself a few eggs to study. She found the way to hatch them normally, as well as how to raise them properly. At the same time, she also recorded the weights that the bloodhawk can manage, the distance of flight in accordance to the load, and many other statistics. Zhao Hai also asked Nair before he went and made copies of them. He didn't change anything and just had every single one of Nair's findings written down. After the Emperor received the beasts and the notes, he immediately had a trusted aide raise the bloodhawks according to the notes provided. At the same time, he also had the already grown-up bloodhawks train with knights. 1. Our boy Loki wanted to have one room for all of them. Chapter 506, Welcomed by the Tribe. It didn't take a long time before the news about the Buddha clan giving the Rosen Empire some flying beasts spread out to the continent. The people became curious about how the Buddha clan had managed to train those flying beasts. The most enthused people regarding this matter were from the Rosen Empire. Almost all of the Rosen Empire nobles had turned their heads towards Golden Island. These people had one goal, and that was to see Zhao Hai and ask whether they could get their hands on some of those flying beasts. But unfortunately for them, the answer that they all got was the same. Zhao Hai was currently in the prairie. He wasn't in Golden Island. Naturally, the nobles became disappointed. However, it didn't take them long before they shifted their sights. All of them turned to Randolph. Since the Kelsey family was Megan's home, they wanted to see whether they can get a flying beast there. But it was a pity that Randolph also didn't have any bloodhawks. But this didn't disappoint Randolph at all. On the contrary, he was very satisfied with Zhao Hai's methods. The Rosen Emperor was very satisfied with how Zhao Hai handled this matter as well. It may seem like he doesn't involve himself in any matters, but it was impossible for him to not know about what happens inside the empire. If Zhao Hai gives some blood hawks to Randolph, even in secret, it wouldn't take a long time before the emperor hears about it. This made the emperor appreciate Zhao Hai more. The emperor knew that it was impossible for Zhao Hai to not give Randolph any blood hawks, but the emperor was very clear that Zhao Hai would only give Randolph the blood hawks later in the future. Because of this, the emperor can use this time to train a more skilled air force. This was equivalent to having a big step ahead of the others. This step might be small, but it can definitely play a crucial role in future battles. Zhao Hai naturally knew about this, but he wasn't thinking about it right now. At this time, he was riding the Bloodhawk and was heading towards the main camp of the Herculean bulls. However, he also wasn't thinking about the prairie. He was currently focused on handling the Marquis family. The Marquis family is very big. Moreover, there were a lot of matters to attend to when managing them. Also, with how they do their businesses in the past, they had managed to offend a lot of people. After Laura took over the leadership of the Marquis family, some small clans began to bring trouble. Because of this, they needed to deal with a lot of things. Most importantly, the Marquis family's headquarters was placed on a small island. It was not a safe location. In the end, Zhao Hai decided to move their headquarters over to Golden Isle and then have the Rosen Empire as their main business joint. As much as possible, they wouldn't do business with the Wuxia Empire. This matter made them very busy. It was good that Zhao Hai had eliminated the other competitors for power. This made the transition much smoother. 3 days after the Air Force matter, the Bloodhawks were finally flying in the skies of the prairie. They can arrive at an earlier time, but Zhao Hai deliberately chose to slow down so that people wouldn't have a lot of suspicions. After coming out of the space, Zhao Hai immediately released Alien and then had it walk towards the Herculean bull camp. They were currently inside the Herculean bull's domain, so their travel went by smoothly. Moreover, when the Herculean bulls were dealing with the fighting bulls, they had already seen Alien. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't bother to set up any flags in fear that people wouldn't recognize Alien. Sure enough, a group of Herculean bull cavalry came. When the group saw Alien, they immediately became happy. They had their bulls charge towards the undead, making the newcomers, Megan and Lizzie, very worried. Looking at the two of them, Laura immediately comforted, "It's fine, don't worry. These people are here to greet Brother Hai. They treat Brother Hai as their benefactor." Just as Laura's voice fell, the cavalry arrived by the side of Alien. Then the group dismounted and gave a bow. A person took a step forward and said, "Is His Highness the Prince inside?" Zhao Hai smiled and walked out of Alien's mouth. He looked at the beastman and gave a big laugh. "I didn't expect you to still remember my mount. How is the tribe doing? Is Big Brother busy? Did he miss me?" When the Herculean bull saw Zhao Hai, his expression turned into delight as he answered, "This one has seen the prince. The patriarch is in the main camp. He always talked about the prince daily." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "All right, good. I haven't drunk with Big Brother for a long time. Go lead me to him immediately. I want to have a good drink with Big Brother." The Herculean bulls smiled and then issued a loud cry before having their bulls head towards the main camp. Laura and the others, who were still sitting inside Alien, chuckled. Only Lizzie and Megan looked dumbfounded. They hadn't seen beastmen before, but from the descriptions that they had read, beastmen were vicious beings and were barbaric in nature. But what they saw just now was completely different. The beastmen who greeted Zhao Hai were actually very respectful. When Zhao Hai returned to inside Alien's body, they looked at each other's eyes and smiled. "I'm thinking about serving Brother Whales with a roasted blade scale, what do you think?" Laura smiled and said, That's good. I think Big Brother Whales would take a liking to it. Come, let's go. Zhao Hai smiled and then had Alien go towards the main camp's direction. Before long, Zhao Hai had arrived at the camp. The camp was in quite a stir when they received the information of his arrival. Almost every single person of the Herculean bull tribe came out to welcome him. When Zhao Hai saw this situation, he knew that it wouldn't be proper if he continued forward. He immediately went out of Alien along with the others. He also received Alien. When the beastmen saw Zhao Hai, they quickly gave him a kneeling respect. This scene made Megan and Lizzie feel strange. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would have this much reputation among the Herculean bulls. It was not only them. Zhao Hai was mildly startled as well. But he understood the beastmen. He immediately said to everyone, "All right, everyone, get up quickly. Go find me Big Brother so we can have a drink." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the beastmen cannot help but laugh and then stood up. An elderly member of the tribe then said, "Everyone, it's very rare for His Highness to come drink with us. You all go home and get something for themselves. Make the prince feel our hospitality." Then the people became rowdy as they walked into all directions. When these people dispersed, Megan discovered that the people who gathered here reached about 100,000 people. This made her even more startled. At this time, hoofbeats can be heard as a team of cavalry was approaching. Zhao Hai focused his eyes and saw that it was Whales. Whales came down from his bull about 5 meters away from Zhao Hai. Then he hurried towards Zhao Hai before laughing and giving him a big hug. "Ha ha ha, my brother. You finally came. I was dying to see you." Zhao Hai laughed as well and said, "Big brother, I also wanted to see you. Let's go and drink some liquor." Then Whales let go of Zhao Hai and laughed. Right, let's go drink." "Brother, did you bring any nice wines for your big brother?" Zhao Hai laughed. "Naturally, how can I forget about you? Moreover, I had also brought some good news for big brother. I have been married. These are my wives. You've already met Laura, Meg, and Nair. This is Megan and this is Lizzie." "Megan, Lizzie, this is Big Brother Whales." Seeing Zhao Hai and Whales' happy expressions, Megan and Lizzie didn't dare to hesitate as they gave their respects. "Megan, Lizzie has seen Big Brother Whales." Whales laughed and said, Good. Sisters-in-law doesn't need to be overly polite with me. You've chosen well. My brother isn't an average person. Marrying him can give you great benefits." Megan and Lizzie gawked. They weren't used to having someone talk to them like that. Laura and the others were already used to the way the beastmen talk. They always say what they think. Since he thinks that Megan and Lizzie had gained greatly, then he would definitely not hesitate to say it. Laura chuckled and said, "Big brother, Brother Hai is always very good in your eyes." "Right, let's hurry along, we're quite hungry." Whales immediately smiled and said, "All right, let's go. Having you be hungry for long is not very good." Then he called over some mounts and had Zhao Hai and the others sit on them before they headed towards the camp. Currently, the camp was very busy in preparation for a feast. Since Zhao Hai, their benefactor, came, they decided to give him the best welcome that they can provide. When Zhao Hai entered the golden tent, he saw that Yale and Mendez were already waiting for him inside. There were also some high-level members of the tribe present. Zhao Hai gave them his respects as he turned to Whales and said, "Big brother, I have something delicious to give you. Have the tribe eat it." Then he released 10 blade-scale whales. These 10 whales aren't small, each one having almost 20,000 Gen 10 kg of meat. These whales were the biggest ones among the batch that the space produced. Zhao Hai took them out this time to have the people of the Herculean bull tribe eat it. The population of the Herculean bull tribe wasn't that large, about less than 1,000,000, but almost 200,000 jin of blade-scale whale meat was still insufficient. However, it would still enough for them to savor the flavor of the meat. Zhao Hai had also released a number of magic beasts to be cooked in order to fully feed the entire Herculean bull population. Whales didn't become polite. When he saw these things he laughed and said, "You really bring a lot of good things every time, but there's nobody here who can cook these properly. I'll have to depend on brother for this matter." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "This isn't a problem, brother can be rest assured." Then he released some undead to help cook the meat. Having them cook ensured that there wouldn't be a problem with the food. Chapter 507, Joyful Reunion. After the introductions, Wales looked at Laura and the others and smiled. "Good, brother has finally married. I also think that it's time for you to marry. I didn't expect that you would be this quick." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "I won't dare to be slow, otherwise, they'll be taken by someone else. Ha ha ha." Wales also laughed and said, "If someone dared rob my brother, then I'd form an army to deal with that person. Ha ha ha." "Right, brother. Why did you come this time? Did something happen?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Everything's fine. I just spent God's Grace Day with everyone. Then after that your brother has managed to get promoted and had himself a new fief in the human lands. It's quite a good place. Also, Lizzie is a princess of the Rosen Empire while Megan is a treasured lady of the Kelsey family. After having them, I went to tie the knot by wedding. Then Laura's family came to take her back, resulting in me eliminating their clan and having Laura take the place as the head." Wales gawked, and then he laughed and said, "So the status of my sisters-in-law aren't simple." "Fantastic. With brother's promotion and wealth as well as your marriage with sisters-in-law, you now have everything accounted for. Ha ha ha." Zhao Hai laughs and said, "Right. Ha ha ha." This way of talking was what beastmen prefer. Say what you think, don't be a hypocrite. Because of this, they didn't dislike Zhao Hai's way of talking. After chatting jokingly for a while, Zhao Hai turned to Wales and said, "Brother, how is the tribe doing now? You can tell me if you need anything. Your brother will help you." Wales nodded and said, "I hope brother can get me some ironware, preferably weapons." You should know that the event where we had dealt with the fighting bulls was only known to few people because of the winter. But from now on, people would look for trouble with our Herculean bull tribe. If we have enough iron weapons, then we can manage to deal with them. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "This is not a problem. How about this? I'll send you 200,000 great axes. I'll have them delivered later." "Right. Those slaves that you'll send me, let them stay here in the meantime. Have them help. When your fighting ends, you can send them back to me. Also, go help me get some corpses to turn into undead." Wales laughed. "Then I'll be impolite. I'll wait until everything gets settled down before bringing you those slaves." "Right. We also need grains. I really don't know what is going on, but there seems to be a shortage of food in the prairie. Our cow-headed race is rapidly running out of food right now." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, that's not an issue. I have a lot of bamboo rice, and also some breadfruits. You can have as many as you want." Wales smiled and said, "I know that I've been asking a lot from brother, but brother can be rest assured that I will not let you suffer. In the past few days we have gathered a lot of magic beasts. I promise to trade them to you at a suitable price." Zhao Hai smiled. "It really doesn't matter. I can afford this. You don't need to worry." You can also ask the other beastmen to see if they also lack food. If the entire beastman race gets a shortage of food, then it might lead to a massive war. Wales stared. He hadn't thought of this possibility. He immediately nodded and said, Right. It seems like I really have to check on this matter. Our current Herculean bull tribe is still weak, We need a few years before we can recover. We aren't ready for war." "But brother, if the entire prairie did have a food shortage, what do we do?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment and then said, "Don't worry, if the entire prairie did lack grain, then I will find a way to provide it. I might not have enough of other things, but when it comes to bamboo rice, I'm confident." Wales was now very trusting of Zhao Hai. When he heard Zhao Hai's words, he immediately nodded and said, "All right, then brother, don't need to worry about the other matters, I'll take care of it." "If you have the grain, then they would definitely buy it at a high price." Zhao Hai nodded. "I really don't care about the price, so long as war doesn't happen." "But brother, if you have a war with the Wuxia Empire, then I won't oppose. I'll let you know that the Wuxia Empire has been giving me trouble these days. They made me feel very uncomfortable." When Zhao Hai told Wales about the situation with the Wuxia Empire, Wales became angry. Then he immediately declared loudly, "Good, Wuxia Empire. They actually dare act against you? I definitely won't let this matter go. Brother can be rest assured, if I find an opportunity then I will definitely avenge your grievance." Zhao Hao smiled, "But I also think that this isn't a good idea. I can also avenge myself, but I don't want to do so right now. I have a good relationship with the Purcell family. If you attack the Wuxia Empire, the Purcell family would surely be the first to suffer bad luck, and I don't want to see that." Wales nodded. "Brother, feel relieved. I won't act unreasonably." "Right, let's not talk about these things anymore. The things outside have already been roasted. Let's go eat and drink." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he followed Wales. Outside, argali and bulls have already been roasted. There were also some delicacies of the prairie that were prepared. The seafood that Zhao Hai had brought were also prepared. All of it can now be eaten immediately. Faced with the scene of the Herculean bulls passing around, the food made Megan and Lizzie feel like they didn't have enough eyes to look at everything. While looking at the hustle and bustle of the people, Wales raised his hand. Upon doing so, the beastmen immediately became quiet. This scene made Lizzie very surprised. Even the Emperor of the Rosen Empire didn't have this much control. Seeing that the crowd had gone peaceful, Wales said loudly, "Today, our Herculean bull's brother Zhao Hai has returned to the prairie. Let today be a special day for our tribe. We must celebrate well, but don't cause too much ruckus. We've already prepared delicious dishes for you. Come join me in welcoming our good brother Zhao Hai." The crowd cheered loudly. Looking at this scene, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly and didn't say anything. He knew that these beastmen didn't need his speech. If one needed to say empty words, then he might as well not say anything at all. Before long, a small table was placed in front of them. Placed on top were the delicacies as well as some milk products. Making these things were a beastman's forte. Humans just can't simply compete with them. After Zhao Hai and the others sat down, all of the beastmen went to sit down as well. They also had their own tables in front of them, and on top of those were the seafood that Zhao Hai had brought. These things were something that these beastmen wouldn't have been able to eat in their entire lifetime. Wales didn't become polite. He raised his wine glass and said, "Today, we shall welcome brother Zhao Hai. Brother, come, have this cup." "Cheers." Then the crowd shouted as well, "Cheers." Zhao Hao also lifted his glass. Then he drank the liquor. The rice wine that Zhao Hai brought was very delicious but strong. Wales liked it very much. After downing this glass, the atmosphere immediately turned warm. As various delicacies were brought to their table by young Herculean bull women, Zhao Hai and the others continued to enjoy themselves in eating and drinking. Megan and Lizzie didn't know how to let loose. Since childhood, the two of them had always been taught about how to act appropriately. They must follow set movements in whatever they do, so they found it hard to eat this freely. The beastman way of eating was something that they couldn't easily adapt, but when they looked over at Zhao Hai and the others, they seemed to be doing it comfortably. The two couldn't help but feel curious. Looking at the two, Laura knew that they needed an explanation. She looked at the two and said, "Here in the prairie, it's really not very good to act very politely. If you become too polite, then they would feel angry. Because of this, one should just throw their etiquette out the window when eating and drinking here. The more you eat, the more happy people get." Megan and Lizzie then looked at Nair, who had stuffed her mouth full of meat. The two of them couldn't help but want to try it. They opened their mouths and took a huge bite out of the meat. The two of them couldn't deny that eating a huge chunk of the meat really does reveal a unique taste. A banquet as warm as this was something that Megan and Lizzie hadn't attended much before. The warmest event that they had recently attended was their own wedding, and that was considering all of the other banquets that they had attended before. But they had to admit, the atmosphere then wasn't as warm as this one. Before long, young beastmen women started to dance. Some Herculean bull soldiers were also wrestling. The atmosphere immediately turned bustling. Zhao Hai was already quite used to this atmosphere. This atmosphere made one drink more wine than they usually did. Sure enough, Zhao Hai drank more wine than usual. All of them were now drunk. At midnight, Zhao Hai woke up. He felt much better right now. After all, rice wine wasn't the strongest wine that he had drank. Also, Laura had Kair fetch him some water from the space, so his state was now back to normal. Zhao Hai sat up from the bed and felt that he had a good night's sleep. He felt that his body become light and cool. He stood up and then went to the living room. This night, it was Shun's duty to look at the monitor. Reflected on it was the tent that whales had prepared for Zhao Hai. Seeing Zhao Hai arrive, Shun immediately said, "Young master, you've come." "The madams have already rested." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I've drank so much this time, now I can't fall back to sleep. I'll just sit here with you." Shun smiled and said, "Go sit down, young master. I'll go get you a cup of tea." Zhao Hai nodded and then sat down. Before long, Zhao Hai smiled to Shun and said, "I've always had a relaxed feeling every time I'm in the prairie. It may be because it didn't need too much thinking when getting along with the beastmen." Shun smiled and said, "Beastmen are truly adorable. I can see from their appearances that they really don't want to attack the humans, but they were only compelled to do so because of the suppression done to them." Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "In this war between races, nobody is right or wrong. From the viewpoint of humans, what they did was correct. They control the prices towards the beastmen because they don't want the beastmen to be strong. The beastmen think that the humans are bullying them. They think that as long as they are able to survive, they won't be attacking the humans. After all, they also don't want to have deaths among them. But if the humans would go too far, then the beastmen wouldn't be polite anymore." Shun nodded. "So young master, what are you going to do? Will you help the beastmen? If we do supply the whole race, then we can certainly guarantee the supply. We can just let Kair cultivate some bread trees. With those, we can get a lot of breadfruits that can supply the beastmen." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I also know about this, but I want to see how the situation goes. If the whole prairie is really lacking in food, just as Brother Whale said, then there is a problem. Somebody must have been in control behind this. I don't want to act before those people make their move." Shun nodded. He also agreed to Zhao Hai's method. Zhao Hai wasn't a saint, and he doesn't need to wipe the ass of the beastmen. What was currently happening to the prairie needed to be checked. If they don't, then it would be the Buddha clan's miscalculation, and Zhao Hai didn't want that. After chatting with Shun for a while, Zhao Hai returned to his room and rested. The next morning, after the group washed themselves, They went out of the space and out of the tent. At this time, the beastmen were already going busy outside. Seeing the busy beastmen, Megan and Lizzie couldn't help but take a liking to them. Yesterday, other than meeting the higher-ranking people of the tribe, they also met with the commoners. In their opinion, whether they be high-ranking beastmen or commoners, both were very adorable. All of them were diligent, much more than the most diligent nobles. Now the two of them can understand why Zhao Hai and the others were able to get along with these people. If you don't get along with these kinds of people, then there's something wrong with your nature. When the beastmen saw them, they all gave their enthusiastic greetings. Megan and Lizzie now saw how different the beastmen and the humans were. At this time, Whales sent for Zhao Hai to invite them for breakfast. Zhao Hai didn't decline as he led Laura and the others to have breakfast with Whales. After the meal, Whales kept Zhao Hai inside his tent as they were offered milk tea. Whales took a sip of the tea and looked at Zhao Hai. "Little Hai, I think we should go to the Mastiff race and have a look there first. If the dog race lacked grain, then we should ask them for help. After all, they have helped us a lot in the past." Zhao Hai nodded and said, We should. When our Herculean bull tribe were having difficulties in the past, the Mastiff race gave us a helping hand. Because of that we managed to wade through the difficulty and managed to stand up again." "Right, brother, if you have any other friends that needs help, then we should also help them." Chapter 508, God Exists. Whales thought for a moment and then sighed. "These years, the only people that we have a good relationship with is the Mastiff tribe. We also have a casual relationship with the horse race as well as the pig race, however that relationship isn't that deep. We really don't have a lot of connections." Zhao Hai frowned, then he said, "This is somewhat troublesome, brother. We might as well go to the Mastiffs and ask them if they have any other tribes that they have good relationships with. After all, a friend of a friend can still be a friend. We are allies with the Mastiffs and they also have other allies. This way we can have several allies." Whales stared, then nodded. "You're right, what you said would be the best thing to do. Also, you have a lot of grain in your hands. I'm sure the beastmen would have some of those. If you keep providing food, then having no allies will be taken care of soon." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's also good. But let's see how the situation goes first, brother. The prairie always lacked grain, but if the deficit is too much this time, then I'm afraid that someone might have been pulling the string in the shadows. We must take this matter into consideration. If people were indeed causing mischief, then we have to investigate it through, eliminate the problem at its roots." Whales knit his brows and said, "That is indeed a possibility. Although the prairie always lacked grain, the supply would still be enough to go by. But this time seems to be very different. The amount of grain circulating is pitifully low." Zhao Hai nodded. "Then it seems like people are really causing this deliberately. I think we must consider the Radiant Church in this manner. Even if they got defeated last time, it doesn't mean that they have already given up. It's highly probable that they are the cause of this time's crisis. If they really are, then I'm afraid that war is the only solution." Whales frowned. "But the issue with this is that the cow-headed race's losses would not be small if we really would go to war. For our cow-headed race, wouldn't that scenario be harmful?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Big brother, you should look at it another way. The Herculean bulls now have enough grains, you now don't have to fight for food. In the past, when you are battling against the humans, you were always at the vanguard, becoming the first to come in contact with the human army so that you can get more food. But now, That is no longer necessary. You can just state the reason that the Herculean bulls had lost a lot during the fight with the fighting bulls. You can just hand the position of vanguard over to other people. You can just stay at the back lines and relax. Wales stared for a moment before he laughed. Right, brother, you really are full of good ideas. Alright, we'll do just that. Then Zhao Hai shook his head and said, but brother shouldn't be celebrating early. This matter is only our guesses. We still don't know if the Radiant Church is indeed behind this crisis. If they aren't, then things would be more troublesome. But no matter what, brother should opt to stay at the back lines. Even if you followed, you don't have to take part in the battles. The Herculean bulls cannot afford any more losses. Wales nodded. Right. We should determine the cause of this matter first. In a few days we'll go to the Mastiffs. They should be better off compared to other tribes since we had been sending them grains all throughout the winter. Zhao Hai nodded and said, good, then brother can get news about the prairie from there. Brother, I'll exit first. If you need me, just send someone and I'll go out. Wales nodded and watched Zhao Hai leave. When Zhao Hai returned to his tent, he looked at Laura and the others and sighed, am I being excessive, helping the beastmen deal with the humans? Laura smiled faintly and said, it's nothing. If this matter is really related to the Radiant Church, then it would also be good for the humans if war were to happen. Except for the Rosen Empire, the Radiant Church had already spread their influence around the entire continent. More and more people have become believers of the church. Some of them even donated all of their own belongings to the organization. The existence of the Radiant Church isn't a good thing for the people. Even if they aren't eliminated, it would be best to have them controlled. Because of this, I completely agree with you dealing with the church's actions. Megan also nodded and said, Big Brother Hai, the Radiant Church had already caused too much death to my family. It is right that we should deal with them. Lizzie looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. Elder Brother Hai, are you feeling uneasy? You don't have to. Think about it. War is very good for our clan. What does the Black Wasteland really need right now? It is more people. If the Beastmen and the humans go head to head with each other, the first target would be the wuxia Empire. When war happens, a lot of people from the Empire would surely be displaced. At that time, we can have people take them and bring them into the Black Wasteland and then give them land to work on. They would then become people of our Buddha clan. Our clan has two main enemies right now. First is the wuxia Empire, the other is the Radiant Church. If the crisis of the prairie was indeed because of the Radiant Church, then when the Beastmen sends their troops, the Radiant Church would be heavily affected, and with the wuxia Empire being the first to be hit by the attack, their losses would be even greater. At that time, Brother Hai would have dealt with two major problems. So why worry? After learning about how Zhao Hai does his things, Lizzie also decided to demonstrate her talent. She had always been a genius military strategist. Her methods might be ruthless, but they were all very effective. Zhao Hai sighed and said, but the one who suffers the most in this situation would be the commoners, especially those from the Persal Duchy. Because of our connection with them, I've been having second thoughts about this matter. Zhao Hai would get soft-hearted sometimes. He was only ruthless when it came to his enemies. Commoners weren't his foes. He doesn't have the heart to cause them suffering. 1. Laura comforted him. Brother Hai, this matter is set in stone. Think about it. If not for your presence, the Herculean bulls would have already been extinguished. When that happens, the Beastmen would be placed in an awkward position, and a war would still happen. And that war would even be more chaotic than this one. Zhao Hai sighed again. The Radiant Church is truly a calamity. Unfortunately for us, they have already infested the entire continent. It would be very hard to remove them. Lizzie frowned and said, Elder Brother Hai, The rising of the Radiant Church is really very strange. Several hundred years ago, the Radiant Church was just a small church that light mages believed in. There were even some light mages that chose to believe in the life god other than the Radiant God. However, after some time, the church had suddenly become more and more powerful. From what I read in the imperial records, the Radiant God had descended, causing the church to become more formidable until it reached its present scale. In just a short 100 years, the church had become much more powerful than those great clans that had been around for 1,000 years. There should be some secret going on behind the scenes. Zhao Hai stared, his face couldn't help but change as he said, "Descent of the Radiant God? Is there really such a thing?" Lizzie shook her head and said, "There aren't a lot of things written on the records, but I think that it may be impossible. How can the Radiant God just descend?" Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "Why would it be impossible? What if there really are gods in the continent? What if those gods needed the faith of people in order to get stronger? If that is so, then it would make sense that the Radiant God would descend and get more followers. That way, he would get much stronger while at the same time suppressing the other gods." Lizzie and the others stared. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would say this. Meg was confused and said, "Young master, I don't understand. Aren't they gods? Do they also need to compete for power just like humans?" Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "Don't think of gods as something special. They are just people who are more powerful. Since they are just people, then it would make sense for them to strive for power. If the continent did really experience a descent of the Radiant God, then the backing of this Radiant Church isn't simple." Lizzie and the others felt that they were listening to words from the Book of Heaven. They had never heard of this description of the gods before. To them, what Zhao Hai said was too mysterious. Zhao Hai cannot confirm that what he said was the truth. In any case, all of the novels wrote gods as this way. Even if the Ark continent is different from those novels, it had magic as well as battle chi. The possibility of this description being true is much higher compared to Earth. Because of this, Zhao Hai believed that the gods of this world were just the same as those in the novels. Zhao Hai let out a sigh and said, "It looks like we cannot completely eliminate the Radiant Church, since we might cause the Radiant God to be dissatisfied. For a god to descend on the continent, he certainly has his reason. If we go and eliminate his forces in the continent, they might get impolite. Even if our current forces can deal with 9th rank experts, we still cannot face a god. Our strength still falls short." Laura frowned. "Is this really the case, Brother Hai? Are you sure that you're not just thinking too much into it?" Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "I also hope that I'm just overthinking. But no matter what, we should avoid that scenario from happening. We cannot have huge troubles coming our way." Lizzie looked at Zhao Hai, then she faintly smiled and said, "If there really is a god, then I don't think that we really need to be afraid of him. I believe that even gods doesn't have a mysterious existence such as the space. Brother Hai doesn't need to worry too much." Zhao Hai smiled and answered, "I also believe that gods cannot have a thing such as the space. Otherwise, they wouldn't need to descend and get some followers. They can just snatch some of them and lecture them inside their space." You literally killed innocent shopkeepers before? Chapter 509, Meeting the Mastiff Clan. After mentioning the space, Zhao Hai and the others' moods relaxed. Just as Zhao Hai said, if those gods really have such a mysterious thing, then they wouldn't need to go through the trouble of establishing churches. They can just capture people and have them populate their space and then lecture them in the gods' respective faith. For both faith and influence, This would be the most convenient method. The group chatted for a while before Zhao Hai took them to play in the prairie since they had nothing else to do right now. Although the Marquis family still had a lot of things to do, their headquarters were already relocated to Golden Island. Ever since it has been transferred to the island, Laura didn't need to manage it all the time. She can just hand the tasks over to Kun. Kun had worked as a housekeeper for the Marquis family for half of his life. His understanding about the family's matters were very handy. Moreover, he had more knowledge about how the family's internal workings ran than Laura. Because of this, he didn't have any problems in managing the people from the family. Not only did he possess experience, all of the other housekeepers of the family were now answering to him. In the past, Kun held a certain influence inside the Marquis family. It was only because of Laura that he quit being an official. Because of this, there were a lot of the family's housekeepers who already knew him, making everything much smoother. Therefore, the things that were left for Laura to do weren't many. As long as something gets sent to her study, Kair can just have it sent to the space for Laura to process. This made it easier for Laura to process things, giving her more free time. In the past, when the Marquis family was still big, there were a lot of matters that needed to be managed. But now, after they changed their structure, the businesses that they had left were only 50% compared to before while keeping the original amount of managers. This gave the family an excess of managers, giving Laura much less things to worry about. Additionally, with the space, Kair can monitor those who dared to steal some profits. It was like having a highly effective investigator on hand. Those who didn't reveal their workings in the light were reported to Laura and were promptly judged. After seeing this, the managers immediately became honest and started working hard. The Marquis family being able to manage such a large-scale business on the entire continent can also be attributed to their ability to manage their shops. Thus, all of their managers were surely talented in what they do. They just want to prove that Laura is unprepared to lead them. But it seems like it was now impossible to do so. Because of the space's formidable abilities, Zhao Hai became successful in taking over the Marquis family. Even if the Marquis family was already thinned out, and their income seemed to have been cut short, their business was in fact doing much better than before. The Robert family that Zhao Hai had eliminated before was well known to be the majority suppliers for the continent's daily necessities. The Marquis family also sold such goods, but they also focused on other businesses. But now that Zhao Hai had closed down on their other ventures, they became focused on selling daily necessities. Now that the Robert family was gone, their market share on daily necessities were now taken over by the Marquis family, and adding on to their existing business, the Marquis family was now the largest supplier of daily necessities in the entire Rosen Empire. This made their profits in the empire way bigger than what they had before. Every single person on the continent knew that what the Marquis family had today was only due to having Zhao Hai as their backer. In fact, the Marquis family can be considered to be the Buddha clan, in one way or another. Because of this, nobody dared to cause trouble with them in Rosen Empire. Although the income of the Marquis family was lower than before, the continent's impression of them had gone much better. Zhao Hai's business etiquette was not overbearing like the Marquis family. Some bullying managers were also dealt with. Presently, the shops of the family were very amiable because of the Marquis family's new way of approaching business. Zhao Hai was very happy with this development. He knows that the Buddha clan cannot grow up too fast. With the Marquis family's connections, they were growing up too fast. It was time for them to lay low. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to relax a bit. He brought Megan and the others to roam around the prairie every day. Since spring has arrived, The plains were now full of wandering beasts. Zhao Hai had also used this opportunity to collect some magic beasts for the space. Unfortunately, the space was yet to be upgraded. This made Zhao Hai quite impatient. After 3 days, news had come from Wales, telling them that they would be leaving for the Mastiffs tomorrow. Their first agenda was to form an alliance with the Mastiffs, and the second was to ask for news about the prairie's situation. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. At the same time, Megan and Lizzie were enjoying their trip to the prairie. Moreover, Wales greeted them every day while serving them food and drinks. Megan and Lizzie were also learning from the Beastmen women how to make milk-based products. The two of them looked like two city girls who went to the rural areas to play around. They were very curious about everything. Seeing them smile, Zhao Hai didn't say anything. Also, Zhao Hai was now feeling relaxed about his problem regarding having too much magic beasts inside the space. The Marquis family had a lot of meat processing factories in their hands. Zhao Hai can just send his excess magic beasts for them to process. There were a lot of people from the Marquis family, so Zhao Hai still cannot fully trust them. Because of this, Zhao Hai only relegated some basic tasks for them to do. But even in this case, they were still a great help for the Buddha clan. The Buddha clan isn't a millennium-old clan, they don't have much of a background. In addition to their recent downfall, all of their assets were now useless. Now that the Marquis family was taken into their fold, even if they weren't involved in internal matters, they can still manage ordinary matters. For the Buddha clan, this was a great thing. Zhao Hai believed that if the prairie did come across a grain shortage, then his business here would get bigger and bigger. With the help of the Marquis family's meat processing factories as well as their shops, he can make canned food and rations. Moreover, he can also sell those items through those shops. This would bring him no small profit. Most importantly, after having those shops, he can also sell all of the things that were produced by the space. He didn't need to worry about someone cutting off their sales to pressure them anymore. Zhao Hai was also making preparations to water the bread trees inside the space. He had planted a lot of bread trees on the background of the space, but he decided to have them grow naturally and didn't use the spatial water to quicken their growth. However, the situation has already changed. He was now watering those trees with spatial water. He needed to produce a lot of breadfruits in order to deal with the food shortage of the prairie. After waiting for the bread trees to bear fruit, Zhao Hai moved Little Jin's entire tribe into the space. Since the space's environment was much better than Ape Island, Little Jin was very happy. Zhao Hai also transferred the gold metal tree over to the space. It was a pity that it wasn't enough to upgrade the space, however, it did increase the amount of metal produced inside as well as hardening the undead's bones. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with this result. The gold metal tree was also growing properly inside the space, moreover, at a rate much faster than before. The next morning, Zhao Hai and the others went with Wales as they headed towards the Mastiff tribe's territory. Zhao Hai didn't ride inside the cart that Wales provided, but instead he rode inside Alien. The undead mount was much more comfortable than any carriage. Zhao Hai had also invited Wales in as well as Mendez. Mendez's tasks was very important right now. After their alliance with the Mastiff tribe gets taken care of, this matter would be handed over to Mendez. He would be the Herculean bull's representative in any matters with the Mastiffs. One can say that Mendez was now considered to be the diplomat of the Herculean bull tribe. Zhao Hai had Wales and Mendez inside Alien. All three of them were drinking inside. The other Herculean bulls outside didn't need managing. They also didn't want to disturb the three. Wales' influence inside the Herculean bull tribe was very high. After all, he managed to recapture the Herculean bull's place as the royal tribe of the cow-headed race. At the same time, Mendez was his right-hand man. People of the Herculean bulls naturally didn't have anything to say about him as well. Also, for Zhao Hai, these beastmen held gratitude in their hearts. Zhao Hai made sure that they wouldn't starve to death. Additionally, Zhao Hai took care of their logistics during their war. Because of these three reasons, nobody went to disturb the three while they were drinking inside Dalian. At the same time, nobody also disturbed them whenever they had a meal. It took 7 days from the main camp to reach the Mastiff domain, and they spent the entire time moving along. Although they were some dog-headed tribes on the way, whales didn't bother them. However, those dog-headed beastmen were still very accepting towards them. The dog-headed race and the cow-headed race were very close. Because of this, they treated the Herculean bulls respectfully. After all, the Herculean bulls are the cow-headed race's royal tribe. Because of this, Zhao Hai and the others stayed inside Dalian and would rarely come out. Only during mealtimes would they stop and go out to eat with everyone. 7 days quickly passed by as Zhao Hai arrived inside the Mastiff's main camp. But when he came this time, he felt that something was different. It seems like the camp was much bigger, and there were more tents within. When Zhao Hai entered the camp, he learned why there were more tents inside. This was because there were a lot of tribes who gathered today. There was the Wolfhound tribe, Sharpei tribe, Tosa tribe, Bull Terrier tribe, German Shepherd tribe, Canary Mastiff tribe, and others more. These races were the warring force of the dog-headed race. They were an integral part of the fighting power of the race. Naturally, because of the relationship between the dog-headed race and the cow-headed race, these tribes' relationship with the Herculean bulls was also good. Whales had already met the patriarchs of these tribes, and since these patriarchs were of the same age as Whale's father, all of them were very intimate with Whales. Chapter 510, telling the reason. The dog-headed race had a lot more members compared to the Herculean bulls. Therefore, when Zhao Hai saw these dog-headed races, he felt his eyes turn strange. There were too many of them. After introducing themselves, Zhao Hai and Whales were welcomed into a big tent. Zhao Hai chose to not bring Laura and the others today. He just let them stay in the space. Naturally, in the eyes of outsiders, they were all staying inside Dalian. Inside the tent, these dog-headed tribe leaders were looking curiously at Zhao Hai. They knew that the cow-headed race had a foreign prince. Moreover, this new foreign prince was a big grain merchant who had a lot of grain in his hand. The Herculean bulls being able to reclaim their throne was closely related to this foreign prince. It was because of this that those dog-headed tribes didn't have any aversion towards Zhao Hai. There were no beastmen who disliked human merchants. They were only on guard against them. But since Zhao Hai was a foreign prince of the Herculean bulls, which made him half-beastman, the beastmen present here naturally held a favorable impression towards Zhao Hai. Buzir looked at Whales and then smiled faintly. Whales, you little brat. Your expression looks very good. It seems like your Herculean bull clan had gotten its strength back. Whales gave his respects to Buzir and smiled. Uncle Buzir, we did indeed have a good winter. In the past years, we needed to ration all of the food that we have. But this time, we have a lot to eat. It's natural that we'd look good. Looking at Whale's expression, Buzir couldn't help but laugh and said, right, with Little Hai's support, your days have been better. But you shouldn't forget your uncle. Whale smiled and said, in fact, one of the reasons that Little Hai came back to the prairie was to bring him here. Uncle, you can tell Little Hai what you need. He can guarantee that he will give the lowest price to you. Buzir looked at Zhao Hai and faintly smiled. Little Hai, You really came at a fantastic time. Our dog-headed race do indeed lack food. How much can you provide us? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Uncle Buzier, I can give you as much grain as you want. I also brought some breadfruit for you. Come take a look. Then he took out a breadfruit and placed it on the ground. Buzier had never seen a breadfruit before. It was the same for whales. Since the Herculean bulls had an excess of food, Zhao Hai didn't bother to show them this fruit. Buzier was confused as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, what is this thing? Zhao Hai smiled and said, Uncle Buzier, this is a breadfruit. This fruit is very mysterious. You can see that it isn't very big, but as long as you open its hard shell, the fruit pulp inside would expand. Each fruit can fill a stomach of one Herculean bull. The cow-headed race can eat much more than the dog-headed race. So when Zhao Hai said his words, Buzier looked at the fruit and said, Is it really that amazing? Zhao Hai placed the breadfruit on the table and then turned to Buzier and said, Uncle Buzier, this fruit can be eaten as is, but it can also be roasted before being eaten. What do you think? Buzier looked at Zhao Hai as his eyes turned bright. Little Hai, can we taste this thing first? Zhao Hai smiled and said, No problem, Uncle can try it. Then he took out some unopened breadfruits and handed them over to Buzier and the others. After the Buzier and the others had eaten the fruit, they nodded. This thing was very good. Not only was its flavor good, it was also very convenient to store. It was a very useful thing. Buzier placed the breadfruit down and looked at Zhao Hai. Little Hai, I want these things. How many do you have? Our dog-headed race is extremely lacking in food. I want as much as you can provide. Zhao Hai smiled. Uncle, as long as you tell me how much you want, I can certainly provide it to you. Also, I shall sell these breadfruits at half the price of bamboo rice. Buzier became happy. He immediately said, Good. Fantastic. Little Hai's words really makes me feel relieved. I want an initial 20 million at this time. What do you think? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, All right, I can give it to you anytime. Just go find me a place to take them out and then I'll give it to you. Buzier gladly got someone to prepare the place. Then the group continued to chat inside the tent. But this time, it was evident that the other tribe leaders were more polite towards Zhao Hai. Being impolite to a merchant that can easily take out several million jins of food isn't a wise move. Seeing that the atmosphere had settled down, Wales turned to Buzier and said, Uncle Buzier, I heard rumors that the entire prairie is having a food shortage. Is this true? As soon as Buzier heard Wales, he couldn't help but sigh and said, It's true. If it isn't, then our dog-headed race wouldn't have a lack of food. I initially wanted to borrow some food from other races, but I didn't think that they would have a deficit as well. Everybody's days have been very bad. Wales and Zhao Hai looked at each other and saw a glint in their eyes. Wales immediately turned to Buzier and said, Uncle, can we talk alone? Buzier looked at Wales' expression and knew that he should have something important to tell him. He couldn't blame Wales as he nodded and said, All right, everyone, I'll have to ask you to exit the tent. I have something to talk about with Wales. The group didn't object as they just nodded and stood up. Seeing that everyone has exited, Wales immediately turned to Buzier and said, Uncle, you should know that our Herculean bull tribe had just suffered a disaster. I'm afraid that people might cause trouble for us in the future. I want to ask Uncle this time to help us out if ever people come to give us problems. Buzier laughed and said, You kid, that's a small matter. I thought you're being secretive because of something else. Don't worry, with our relationship, we would surely assist you if you have problems. Wales bitterly smiled and said, Uncle, This is only one thing. The other thing doesn't only involve our cow-headed race and dog-headed race. It involves the food shortage of the entire prairie. It seems like this one is of a larger scale. Little Hai believed that there may be people who deliberately caused this behind the scenes, and they are most likely the Radiant Church. As soon as Buzir heard wails, his expression changed. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, do you have any proof of this?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't. I still need to investigate this matter." But Uncle should know that last winter, the Radiant Church had colluded with the Fighting Bulls to control the entire cow-headed race. After we destroyed them, that didn't make any sound anymore. This is not common for them. But now, the prairie just experienced a food shortage as spring started. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Because of this, I concluded that this definitely had something to do with the Radiant Church. But since the Herculean bulls needed to recover for quite some time, I can only ask Uncle to pass this information over to the warring clans to make them aware of this possibility. One could say that the organization that the Beastmen dreaded the most was the Radiant Church. These guys have always been creating conflict between humans and Beastmen. They are the most hated people of the Beastmen. So whether this is true or false, the Beastmen would surely look seriously into this matter. As soon as Buzir heard Zhao Hai, he immediately nodded and said, "All right. I'll go report this matter as soon as possible. You can rest assured that this matter shall be looked into." Zhao Hai and Wales nodded. Then Wales added, "Uncle, Little Hai has a lot of food in his hand. Can you see whether there are allies of the dog-headed race that need food so that we can sell them some?" Buzir's eyes turn bright. "Good. That is good. Our dog-headed race is in good terms with the bear tribe. They had helped us before, but when they suffered a disaster several years ago, we weren't able to help them. This had always made me guilty. Now that there is a food shortage, I think that the bear clan wouldn't be faring well. If you can sell them grain, then it would be good." Wales smiled and said, "This is not an issue. Little Hai has a lot of grain." "But Uncle, can you put in a good word for our Herculean Bulls clan so that the Bear clan can also help us when trouble comes?" Beastman relations are solid, since the dog-headed race also had a good relationship with the cow-headed race. It didn't take too long for Buzir to nod and said, "This shouldn't be a problem. If the Bear clan really did lack grain and you managed to sell them some, then they would naturally give you a hand. I'll have Bafan accompany you to the Bear clan. If you have him with you, they would certainly agree." Wales became happy and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle. But if this shortage is really due to the Radiant Church, then I'm afraid that war will have to happen. Even if Little Hai has a lot of food in his hands, he cannot supply the entire prairie." "What does Uncle think about this situation?" Buzir nodded, then he coldly snorted and said, "Even if Little Hai can supply the entire prairie, war will still happen if the Radiant Church is indeed behind all of this. We have to use our weapons to remind the humans that the Beastmen aren't easy to bully." Buzir took a glance at Zhao Hai while he said this. He feared that it might influence Zhao Hai's feelings. After all, Zhao Hai had their food in his control. It was what they needed the most at this time. But fortunately, Zhao Hai's face was calm and it seems like Buzir's words didn't give him any dissatisfaction. Wales also noted Buzir's gaze. He faintly smiled and said, "Is Uncle worried about Little Hai?" "You don't need to worry about him. Little Hai has a huge enmity with both the Wuxia Empire and the Radiant Church. He also wants the Beastmen to deal with the Radiant Church." Upon hearing Wales, Buzir looked puzzled at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai is a dark mage, so it's natural that you would have an enmity with the Radiant Church. But why do you have an enmity with the Wuxia Empire?" Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, Uncle might find it funny, but my clan is originally a noble of the Wuxiao Empire. But when the new monarch sat on the throne, he demoted our status from duke to a count. He also sent people to kill us. If not for some people giving us a hand, we might have all been eliminated. Because of this, I've always carried a huge grudge towards the Wuxiao Empire." Buzir nodded. "Alright, the first one to be unlucky when the Beastman declares war with the humans would be the Wuxiao Empire. You don't have to worry about it. I'll help you take revenge." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and thanked Buzir. Buzir then turned to Wales and said, "When war comes, I think that your cow-headed race should be at the rear guard. You've had recent losses and need to slowly recover. At the same time, you also have Little Hai, so you don't need to worry about food." Wales nodded and said, "I thank Uncle for his reminder. Little Hai also advised me about this and I agree. This is why I've been looking for people to form a relationship with. Otherwise, our cow-headed race wouldn't have enough status to decide this matter." Buzir nodded. Although the cow-headed beastmen were very skilled, they aren't anything in the eyes of the big warring clans. Wales arriving at this conclusion meant that he had matured, and was now a true patriarch of a tribe. Although the beastmen are simple-minded, their patriarchs would need a bit of brain in order to secure their position. Buzir understood what Wales was trying to do right now. He wanted to grow his race. There was no harm in this, so Buzir agreed. Adding on to the fact that the dog-headed race and the cow-headed race had always been friends for generations, they would surely help each other. The more powerful the cow-headed race gets, the more help the dog-headed race can get from them. Buzir was genuinely hoping that the Wales race would become strong. Another point was Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was now a foreign prince of the Herculean bulls. He was also a big merchant. Such a person was greatly accepted in the prairie. Naturally, people would want to form a connection with such a person. Since this is a good opportunity, Buzir wouldn't let this go. As long as Zhao Hai continues to sell them food at the current price, the dog-headed race would continually get stronger and more prosperous. Beastmen were straightforward people, but it didn't mean that they are fools. Conversely, beastmen patriarchs aren't simple characters. However, one couldn't deny that beastmen were more honest than humans. The cow-headed race were in a good relationship with the dog-headed race, so when the Herculean bulls were in trouble, the mastiffs helped them with no hesitation. Such a thing was rare for humans unless they are eternal allies like the Buddha clan and the Crook family. Otherwise, nobles wouldn't do it. They were only interested in benefits. They are completely different from the beastmen. Buzir lending Wales a hand is just a matter of course. There wasn't anything strange about it. Buzir was a friend to Wales' father, so he would naturally look after Wales. He also regarded Wales as the younger generation, and guiding the young ones was a job of the elders. Chapter 511. Prairie Wolf Tribe. Buzir reminded Wales because he was afraid that Wales would turn hot-blooded and would participate in the war. If that happens, the losses to the Herculean bulls would worsen. By then, the power of the cow-headed race would decrease, which wouldn't be a good thing for the dog-headed race. Buzir didn't expect that Zhao Hai had already reminded Wales. In all honesty, Buzir was still on guard against Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai's emergence was too coincidental. He appeared just as the Herculean bulls suffered a tragedy. Moreover, Wales, who had a good relationship with him, became the patriarch, turning him into the tribe's foreign prince. One could say that the one who benefited the most from the Herculean bulls' tragedy was Zhao Hai. This made Buzir suspect him. However, the two matters that happened today made Buzir erase his suspicions. First, he informed them about the possibility that the Radiant Church might have been the one behind the food shortage. Even if they still hadn't confirmed it, he was still thankful to Zhao Hai. Secondly, Zhao Hai had actually reminded whales to not participate greatly in the war. From this point, Buzir could see that Zhao Hai really cared about the cow-headed race. Otherwise, he wouldn't remind whales. After thinking about this, Buzir looked at whales and said, "Whales, in 2 days I'll have Buffon bring Zhao Hai to meet with the bear clan. Are you going with them?" Whales shook his head and said, "I can't go with them, Uncle. There are too many things to take care of back at the camp. I want to go back and deal with them. Instead, I'll have sixth brother accompany Zhao Hai." Buzir, who was familiar with the Herculean bulls, understood what Whales was talking about, so he nodded and said, "All right, 2 princes going together would be enough to show your sincerity." "Right, since you have a lot of things to do, you can head back tomorrow. I'll have Buffon guide Little Hai and Little Six to the bear clan." Whales nodded. "Then I'll have to trouble Uncle." Buzir smiled and said, "This is just a small matter, there's no trouble caused." "Right, since you came here today, let's go have a drink." Whales nodded, and then followed Buzir as they headed out. The tribe patriarchs of the dog-headed race didn't leave. They had set down some blankets and tables outside to drink and chat. There was also some argali being roasted. This was already quite a luxurious feast for the beastmen. When these people saw Buzir come out, they greeted him with a smile. Buzir also greeted them and sat beside the table along with Zhao Hai and Whales. At this time, the argali has been roasted. Buzir raised his glass and said, "There has been a great shortage of food for all of the beastmen race, and our dog-headed race isn't an exception. Fortunately for us, Little Hai has food and was willing to sell them to us at a low price. This is a huge help for us. Moreover, he is also a prince of the cow-headed race. Our dog-headed race has been in good relations with the cow-headed race for many generations, so we shouldn't treat Little Hai as an outsider. Consider him as someone from our own side. Everyone should take care of him." These tribe patriarchs loudly cheered. Actually, they didn't really need Buzir's words since they had already acknowledged Zhao Hai. Since Zhao Hai has food, even they would want him to be a foreign prince of their tribe. Then it was now time to drink. When among beastmen, it would be impossible for someone to refrain from drinking. If you don't drink, then you wouldn't be considering their face. So whether you like it or not, you would have to drink. Therefore, it wasn't a surprise that Zhao Hai was drunk once again. But even if he was drunk, he immediately sobered up inside the space. After drinking 2 cups of spatial water, he was back to being functional again. At this time, everyone was sitting in the living room. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. "We may come in contact with a beastman warring clan in the next few days. I really want to see how formidable these warring clans are." Laura smiled faintly and said, "Warring clans of the beastmen have a very huge reputation in the continent. I heard the things that you had discussed today. Even if the bear clan had some losses in the precious years, their fighting power still remained. They had also recovered somewhat in those years. At the same time, they are the simplest and the most honest beastmen. It would be very good if we get into good terms with them." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's very good to be in a good relationship with the beastmen. What they didn't lack here in the prairie are magic beasts. Now that we have our own meat processing factories, all of those magic beasts would be very useful for us." The group nodded. Then Lizzie said, "Elder Brother Hai, from my experience with the beastmen these past few days, I've come to find that getting along with them is much easier than with humans. I think we should focus our operations in the prairie." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I've also thought about that. But it can't be that easy. If we really occupy the beastmen prairie's business, a lot of people would go and attack us. This is because we would be getting in the way of these people's livelihood." Lizzie smiled and said, I know about this point. But if the entire prairie is huge, we can't swallow all of the businesses here. We can also use this opportunity to establish relationships with the beastmen. When the time comes, we can seize the bulk of the trade in the prairie, as long as we allow others to have a small share of the business. The nobles would have no reason to collectively attack us. We can just deal with them one by one. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's that. But I think we should wait and see how the bear clan sees us. The bears are a big warring clan. It is very important for us to gain their trust." Laura and the others nodded. Then Zhao Hai looked at the weather and said, "It's already quite late. My ladies, any of you want to accompany me to bed?" The faces of the women turned red. They couldn't bear with Zhao Hai's shamelessness as they turned around and returned to their rooms. Zhao Hai smiled and then headed towards Lizzie's room. The next morning, Zhao Hai went out of the space quite early. Lizzie woke up much later because Zhao Hai had loved her heavily last night. When Zhao Hai was finished, he then went back to his own room and slept soundly. After having their breakfast, Wales bid Zhao Hai farewell since he needed to head back to the Herculean Bull's main camp. He can only leave Zhao Hai and Mendez behind. When he received Buzir's order, Buffon immediately let off of what he was currently doing. He also had quite a few things to take care of at the Mastiff camp, but he had decided to hand them over to others. While Zhao Hao stayed in the Mastiff camp for another day, he left behind the food that they required. He also left some daily necessities behind, gaining the gratitude of the Mastiffs. The things that he had left behind were quite a lot, making these dog tribes happy. The tribe leaders even competed as to which of them gets to trade with Zhao Hai first. Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't impolite with these people. He just talked with them politely and took note of the locations of their camps. The next day, Zhao Hai and Buffon's group left the camp. Their numbers weren't that many, only about 1,000 people. 500 of them were from the Herculean Bull tribe while the remaining 500 were from the dog-headed race. The path between the dog-headed race and the bear clan wasn't very far from the camp of a wolf-headed race branch, the prairie wolves. The prairie wolves were a relatively large and strong branch of the wolf-headed race. Since they were close with the dog-headed race and the bear clan, the three of them had a good relationship with each other. But the relationship between the dog-headed race and the bear tribe was much better. The dog-headed race didn't like to mingle with the prairie wolves. This was because the prairie wolves were one of the top tribe within the wolf-headed race. Therefore, every time the dog-headed race and the prairie wolves come in contact, the prairie wolves would always look at them condescendingly. This made the dog-headed beastmen uncomfortable, especially the arrogant Mastiff tribe. The strength of the Mastiffs weren't any less than the prairie wolves. It wasn't even a problem for one Mastiff to face several prairie wolves. It was precisely because of this that the Mastiffs cannot bear with the haughty attitude of these wolves. The wolf-headed race's domain was a very large one. They were also the beastmen who hated humans the most. Because of this, only a rare few humans would be allowed to trade with them. This made the food scarcity in the beginning of the years hit them the hardest. So in addition to their minuscule trades, they also steal food from merchant caravans. At the same time, they were also the most meat-eating race in the entire prairie. Because the wolf-headed race always lacked food in the beginning of every year, they would have no other choice but to eat the argali that they raise. Even if they eat a ton of argali every year, this didn't make the other beastmen envy them. It was because this very act made them the poorest race in the entire prairie. However, one had to recognize that the wolves were the most tenacious race among the beastmen. The weapons that they use were mostly made of animal bones. The clothes that they wear were all animal skins. They were able to stomach even the most nasty grain and meat. Moreover, They were also the most annoying warring clan to fight against. It was because their battle prowess was just too strong. When a Wolf King issues an order, as long as he didn't die and hadn't ordered retreat, their entire force would continue to attack non-stop without retreating even one step. All of the beastmen gave the wolf-headed race face, especially their royal tribe, which were the Snow Wolf tribe. The tribe lived near the North Polar Icefield, one of the few beastmen who lived there. Their fighting strength can only be described as terrifying. They almost didn't eat grain, only meat. At the same time, given their harsh environment, almost every member of the tribe were capable of fighting. The only beastmen capable of contending with the snow wolves were the polar bears and the white tigers, which were also residing near the North Polar ice fields. The three of them were the most famous and strongest tribes among the beastmen. Like the wolf-headed race, the bear-headed race and the tiger-headed race were warring clans. Although each of them were grouped up into their own races, the territory that they held wasn't in a single area. Instead, they had a lot of domains in other areas. The domain of the cow-headed race simply cannot be compared with them. For example, the domain of the prairie wolves aren't any smaller than the cow-headed race. But the cow-headed race is an entire race, while the prairie wolves were just one branch. Chapter 512, Wolf King. Traversing through the prairie wolf domain would take 5 days. If one evades every camp it would take 8. Buffon didn't want to come in contact with the prairie wolves, so he had already planned 8 days' worth of travel through the prairie wolf domain. In any case, traveling a few days more didn't matter. This matter wasn't very urgent. With Buffon, their travel went by smoothly. In a blink of an eye, 4 days had passed. They were now in the heart of the prairie wolf domain, so they needed to be extra careful. A couple of days ago, Buffon can still stay inside Alien and drink alongside Mendez, but this time he can't. He was outside and was paying attention. These wolves were arrogant, but if they dared offend Buffon's group, then they won't be polite. Zhao Hai was sitting in Alien's separate room and was working with Laura to deal with some of the Marquis family and the Golden Island's affairs. There were now a lot of merchants on Golden Island. Although the Rosen Empire had cut off all the trade routes towards the Wuxia Empire, the Lion Empire, Buddha Empire and the Ocean Waves dynasty still needed a place to trade in. Adding on to the fact that Golden Island was the place where pirates sell their loot, making the prices cheaper, the merchants cannot help but try their hand at business there. Even if Kun was there to manage the island, he had stated that he cannot manage it forever. Therefore, there were a lot of matters that were passed over to Laura and Zhao Hai to manage. At this time, Mendez was also right beside Buffon outside. He hadn't been to the prairie wolf territory before. In fact, he rarely left the cow-headed race's domain. The wolf-headed race didn't have a lot of friends among the beastmen. Few people wanted to befriend them because of their ruthless nature. A lot of people didn't dare to speak badly of the wolves to their faces, but they do so in secret. Regarding the wolves, Zhao Hai didn't have much of a dislike towards them. The wolves' methods were just somewhat more extreme. If one compared them to those truly wicked humans, they would look cute. While they were traversing, a sudden howl was heard. Buffon's face changed as he issued a command, "Stop! The wolves has come. Everyone be careful." When Zhao Hai heard this, he walked out of Alien and stood on its head. He then gazed towards the direction where the wolf howl came. Buffon knew the wolves, if they didn't stop, then they would be attacked. The howl was just a warning to make them halt their advance. If they chose to ignore it, then they would get into trouble. Quite some time after the group came to a stop, they could see a group of cavalry in the distance. The mounts of these cavalry were giant wolves with 3 meters in height. Those mounted on top of them were people with wolf heads and were about 2.5 meters in height. This was Zhao Hai's first time meeting someone from the wolf-headed race. They had big wolf heads and had much fiercer appearances than even the fiercest dog-headed beastmen. Their eyes seemed to be half open and half closed, but their eyelids would occasionally move, making people feel a chill. These cavalry were all dressed in animal skins. Although they were tall, all of them were very skinny. They were so skinny that it looked like they didn't have a bit of fat. The muscles under their skins looked like iron bars. One could see how strong they were. Meeting them can make people unconsciously step back. They seemed to always be on the verge of attacking. Zhao Hai couldn't help but raise his vigilance towards them. They feel like the undead, aggressive, organized, and made people not dare to look down on them. The wolves stopped 5 meters away from Zhao Hai's group. Then one of them went forward and looked at Bafan. Bafan, why did you come to our territory? You also have some Herculean bulls with you? And even humans? Bafan looked at the wolf-headed beastman and faintly smiled. I turns out to be 7th Highness. How are you? Is it your patrolling shift today? The wolf beastman seems to not buy Bafan's politeness. His eyes opened slightly and said, Bafan, you still haven't answered me. Why are you here? Bafan smiled faintly and said, 7th Highness, we are just passing by. We have something to do with the bears. Then the wolf beastman looked at the Herculean bulls and Zhao Hai and then said, going to the bears along with the Herculean bulls and humans? What are you going to do? Even if the wolf acted impolitely, Bafan seemed to be used to it as he smiled and said, it's not that serious. We just heard that the bears were having a food shortage. This is Zhao Hai, the foreign prince of the Herculean bulls. He is a big grain merchant. He has food in his hands. I just want to bring him to the bears and see if they want to buy some food. As soon as the wolf beastman heard Bafan, his eyes fully opened. Then he stared at Zhao Hai and asked, you have food? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I do. Through the conversation between the wolf beastman and Bafan, Zhao Hai had understood the wolves. They weren't really dissatisfied with people. They were just used to speaking impolitely. They don't know how to communicate with people, and they didn't like to be polite either. They wanted to be more practical. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't waste any words when he answered. The wolf beastman sized Zhao Hai up and said, where are your goods? Zhao Hai patted his chest and said, in my space bag. The wolf beastman's eyes lit up and said, our tribe wants your food. Just make sure its price isn't too high. This. Zhao Hai hesitated. Then he turned to look at Bafan and Mendez, who both nodded. The two knew that as long as they get spotted by the wolves, they would certainly buy some grain. In the prairie, you can offend any other beastman, just not the wolves. They were known to bear a grudge. Seeing them nod, Zhao Hai turned to the wolf beastman and said, all right, then please lead the way. The wolf beastman nodded, then turned around and headed towards the depths of the territory. Zhao Hai didn't enter inside alien and just sat on its head. He turned to Bafan and said, Brother Bafan, who was that person? Bafan smiled and said, he is called Hans, the 7th prince of the prairie wolves. His fighting strength is formidable. Even if he's still young, he's already reached 7th rank. He's the strongest expert in his generation. Zhao Hai said, he seems like a very cold person. Bafan smiled and said, he seems like it, but Hans is actually a good person. As long as you don't offend the prairie wolf drobe, he will not be unkind to you. Zhao Hai nodded. It seems like this Hans was just like what he thought. He really wasn't a cold person. He just didn't know how to get along with others. These prairie wolves weren't afraid that Zhao Hai would run away or be unable to follow them. They just stayed in front and had Zhao Hai and the others follow them peacefully. After walking for 3 hours, the group could finally see a shadow of a camp. This camp was very big. It looked like a lot of tents interconnected to look like a single huge structure. Hans didn't stop and went directly into the camp. From what Zhao Hai can see, this camp was just like the camps of the Herculean bulls and the mastiffs. But instead of their respective races, the place was filled with wolf-headed beastmen. Although the dog-headed race and the wolf-headed race looked quite similar, there were still differences between them. Only a few people can confuse wolves and dogs. Even if the prairie wolves hadn't revealed any hostility to Zhao Hai, their gazes towards him seemed to be cold. Compared to the dog-headed beastmen, the wolves held a more aggressive aura in their bodies. This aura didn't come from their expression, but it seems like it was ingrained in their bones. These wolves were also very curious about Zhao Hai's group. To them, the group was strange. There was a dog beastman, cow beastman and a human all in one. The Herculean bulls, mastiffs, and prairie wolves were familiar with each other. Therefore, the wolves knew that among this group, a royal from both races was present, so they knew that they cannot easily offend this group. The human, on the other hand, was a rare sight. This was because humans rarely traded with their tribe, and in most cases where it didn't go well, the wolves would just kill them. Zhao Hai and the others stopped after arriving outside a golden tent. Hans entered the tent and before long came out again. He looked at Zhao Hai's group and said, "Father invites you in." Then the 3 people nodded and entered the tent with Hans. Compared to the golden tents of the Herculean bulls and the mastiffs, the golden tent of the prairie wolves was quite simple. The ground was covered with beast skin, and it had a fire pit in the middle. There weren't any tables nor any decorations in the tent. The only other thing inside was an old wolf that was sitting on a chair. After Hans entered the tent, he stood beside the old wolf beastman. The old wolf's build was quite similar to Hans. Although he looked thin, one could see his hardened interior. Even if he had wrinkles in his face, they grew in a way that he seemed to be much more imposing. The 3 immediately gave a salute to the old wolf at the same time. "This one has seen the Wolf King." The old wolf nodded, then he scanned the 3. He stopped his gaze at Buffon and said, "You are Buffon? How is your father?" Buffon quickly replied, "Father is fortunately well." The old wolf nodded, then he turned to Mendez and said, "You're a Herculean bull? I heard that you Herculean bulls had suffered a disaster last year." Mendez gave a bow and said, "Herculean bull Prince Mendez has seen the Wolf King. Our tribe did indeed suffer a disaster in the winter of last year. The Fighting Bulls and the Radiant Church colluded to overthrow our tribe. Fortunately we managed to eliminate them." As soon as the old wolf heard Mendez, his eyes lit up and said, "You eliminated the tribe? Good. Who is the Herculean bull patriarch right now?" Mendez quickly answered, "It's my brother, Wales." Chapter 513, Dog-Headed Race's Friendship Flag. The old wolf nodded and said, "Your brother is quite the character. I also know about the Fighting Bulls. Their strength isn't weak." Adding the support of the Radiant Church, "It was a surprise that you managed to eliminate them in a short time. That's a great feat." Mendez smiled faintly and said, "We're lucky to have the Mastiff tribe and our foreign prince's help. Because of that, we managed to deal with the Fighting Bulls quite quickly." The old wolf looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You are Zhao Hai, the foreign prince of the Herculean bulls?" Zhao Hai felt some pressure from the old wolf, but he wasn't bothered by it. He faced 9th rank experts before, so how could he care about the old wolf? He just smiled and said, I am indeed Zhao Hai. The old Wolf King stared at Zhao Hai. When Buffon and Mendez met his gaze, they would express slight hints of fear, but this Zhao Hai was completely calm. This made the old Wolf King interested in this human. After looking at Zhao Hai for quite some time, the old Wolf King said, "Good, good. A human becoming a beastman tribe's foreign prince. Your methods are quite good." Zhao Hai faintly smiled and said, "The Wolf King overpraised me. I had no good methods. I'm nothing more than Brother Whale's brother. I just gave the Herculean Bull tribe a helping hand when they got into trouble. They liked what I did, so they decided to make me their foreign prince." The old king looked at Zhao Hai and then smiled. "Young man, no need to downplay yourself. It's impossible for a beastman tribe to give the position of foreign prince casually. You surely gave them a huge helping hand." He. "Right. I heard that you have a lot of food." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I do, but the food in my hands is somewhat special. It is not the ordinary bamboo rice, but the never-before-seen breadfruit." The Wolf King looked at Zhao Hai and then said, "Take one out, let me see." Then Zhao Hai nodded. He turned his hand as a breadfruit appeared before handing it over to the old Wolf King. The old king tasted the fruit, then gave it to Hans. He turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Price?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "A fourth of the price of bamboo rice." The old king stared, then his eyes looked straight into Zhao Hai. "You're not joking? A fourth of the price of bamboo rice?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I wouldn't dare joke with the Wolf King. Moreover, I don't joke when it comes to business. The Wolf King doesn't need to doubt me." The old Wolf King looked at Zhao Hai and said, "If what you said is true, we want every breadfruit that you have." Zhao Hai looked at the old king and smiled bitterly. "I'm afraid the Wolf King's tribe cannot consume them all. Tell me how much you need and then I'll give them to you." When he heard Zhao Hai, the old king's expression couldn't help but change. He thinks that Zhao Hai was looking down on him. His anger couldn't help but seep out as he said, 100 million jin. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "No problem, I have the breadfruit in my space bag. I can give them to you later." The Wolf King can rest assured. You can have them as long as there is a suitable place to store them. The old king looked at Zhao Hai. He knew that even if those breadfruits aren't very big and heavy, when its pulp turns into bread, the 100 million jins would turn into hundreds of millions of jins worth of food. Can Zhao Hai really have it ready at any time? The old king said. "You're serious?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly. "I won't dare crack a joke. I truly have it in me. I'll let the Wolf King know that my territory produces these breadfruits. Moreover, the output of each tree is very high. For me, 100 million jin isn't a lot. If the Wolf King wants more, I can provide you with 1 billion jin. I'll give you 400 million jin first and then deliver the other 600 million jin 5 days later. You should know that the space bag has a limit. Although I have a lot of them with me, I cannot have that many in hand." The old king looked at Zhao Hai and then laughed. "Good. Alright, let's go with what you said. We'll buy 1 billion jin of the fruit, according to the price that you stated. But I don't have much argali in my hands. I can trade with you using gold and silver. Do you agree?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That is not an issue. But I have some special requests. I want to collect unique magic beasts. If the Wolf King gives me some magic beasts, then I can give you a good discount." The old king stared. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What kind of unique magic beasts?" Looking at the old king's face, Zhao Hai knew what he was thinking. In the past, there would be some humans who would take back beastmen magic beasts in order to research the beastmen's cultivation. Although they didn't succeed, The beastman still became stricter with regards to this matter. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Some unique magic beasts and plants of the prairie, some unique plants of the wolf tribe would be good as well." The old wolf king looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I still need to prepare these things. For now, I can pay you with some money, carpets, blankets, and some argali in advance. What do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'm not in a hurry. I'll first leave 300 million jin here since I still need to see if the bear tribe needs some food for themselves." The old king laughed and said, "That stupid bear would surely want some. Young man, I can confidently tell you that your breadfruit wouldn't be rejected by any beastman." "All right, I'll take 300 million jin first. When you go back here in 5 days, we'll have your payment ready." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "The Wolf King can rest assured. I will certainly return in 5 days." The old Wolf King nodded. Then he turned to Hans and said, "Hans, we'll go have a drink with Zhao Hai and Buffon's group today. Prepare everything." Hans nodded. Then he looked at Zhao Hai's group before leaving the tent. Zhao Hao and the other naturally gave their gratitude towards the Wolf King. After a day with the prairie wolves, Zhao Hai's group proceeded to head towards the bear tribe's domain. But this time, they had more guards at their side. They were prairie wolf cavalry. Zhao Hai didn't mind them. At this time, Zhao Hai's focus was on the space as he counted the breadfruits in his storage. In truth, the number of breadfruits that Zhao Hai had was really huge. There are billions of tons of them. Take note, tons not jin. If he wasn't afraid of frightening the beastmen, he would have given everything to the old Wolf King in one go. Because they didn't need to take detour, they arrived at the bear domain 2 days later. Upon arriving at the border, the prairie wolves turned back. Although one can say that the relationship between the bears and the prairie wolves was quite good, it still wasn't a good idea to intrude upon their territory since it may cause a misunderstanding. After saying their farewells to Hans, Zhao Hai and the others officially entered the bear tribe's domain. This bear tribe wasn't the bear-headed race's royal clan, but was instead a branch. They were the Black Bear tribe. The Black Bear tribe was also a warring clan of the bear-headed race. Their strength was just next to the royal tribe, the Polar Bear tribe. Like the Snow Wolf tribe, the Polar Bear tribe also resided in the North Icefields, their strength being the strongest. Even if the Black Bear clan wasn't the royal tribe of the bear-headed race, their strength was still very formidable. Because of this, the prestige of their tribe was very high. There weren't any members of the Beastman race that would dare to disrespect them. The words of the Black Bear tribe carry plenty of weight in the bear-headed race. The Black Bear tribe wasn't a very hot-tempered race. The humans' view of them being very violent was completely wrong. In fact, the Black Bears were usually very warm, and with their clear eyes, one could tell that they were very simple and honest. This also contributed to the Black Bear's good reputation in the prairie. It was the humans deceiving the Black Bears that made the Beastmen very discontented with the humans, and adding on to the fact that the humans had always sold them food at a high price, this made the Beastmen receive humans very badly. This sentiment may have possibly been received by the humans, thus explaining the food shortage this time. But Zhao Hai didn't know about this. He just felt that the food shortage was the work of someone in the shadows. Whether they were the Radiant Church or not was still left for investigation. When they entered the Black Bear tribe's domain, Buffon immediately relaxed. Then he and Mendez entered Alien to share some drinks along the way. Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't reject them, so he took out some liquor as well as some snacks that he got from the Rosen Empire. He can now have these snacks whenever he wants since there were now stores specialized in selling these items on Golden Island. He also heard that their business was good. Since Kun, Blockhead and Rockhead were aware of his matters because of the space. They immediately had some snacks sent over to Zhao Hai's office. Zhao Hai can then use the space to get those snacks and had them served to Buffon and Mendez. After having everything prepared, the group poured themselves a cup of liquor. Zhao Hai then turned to Buffon and said, "Brother Buffon, tell me about the Black Bear tribe. They aren't as cold as the prairie wolves, right?" In Zhao Hai's eyes, the wolf-headed races can be said to be cold. They had their eyes partially closed, as if afraid that they might kill a person when they opened them fully. With their indifferent looks and the external appearance, if there were people to be described as cold inside the prairie, then it would be the prairie wolves. Buffon smiled and said, "Rest assured, the Black Bear tribe is very hospitable. They're quite simple and honest. When you go visit them, they would surely give you the best reception that they can offer. I'm actually afraid that even if they are starving and were barely eating, they would still butcher a beast to welcome us." Naturally, all of these were in the premise that you are their friend. If you are an enemy, then their spiked maces would surely greet your face. Their spiked maces are one of the most feared weapons among the beastman race. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I really didn't think that getting along with the bear tribe would be so easy." "Right, sixth brother, why didn't you tell the old wolf king about our suspicions regarding the Radiant Church's hand in the food shortage? Are you afraid that they won't help?" Mendez smiled and said, "The wolf-headed race are even vigilant towards other beastmen, so we can't just tell it to them directly. We should take this matter slowly." Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything more. From what he understood of the prairie wolves, they would certainly think slowly towards Mendez and the other beastmen. Buffon also smiled and said, "That doesn't really matter. As long as we help the black bears, then everything would be fine. The prairie wolves are just too vigilant towards other people. It would need a long time before they see you as a friend. Look, even if you provided them with 1 billion jin of food, they still didn't give you their friendship flag." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Then Brother Buffon, why didn't your mastiff race give me your friendship flag? I gave you fairly the same conditions." Buffon gave a bitter smile towards Zhao Hai. "You don't need to waste words. Do you really think that we don't want to give a friendship flag to you? Father actually wanted to give you our flag, but he was afraid of opposition. But as long as you stay and trade with us for a few more times, Father would take responsibility and hand you our dog-headed race's friendship flag." Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he asked Buffon for clarity. "Brother Buffon, did you just say the dog-headed race's friendship flag, not the Mastiff tribe friendship flag?" After being with the beastman for this long, he knew that there were differences between friendship flags. The dog-headed race's friendship flag was very different from the Mastiff tribe's friendship flag. The Mastiff tribe's friendship flag refers to the dog-headed race's royal clan's friendship flag. This flag only represents the Mastiff tribe, but the dog-headed race's friendship flag represented the entire dog-headed race. For this flag to be given to a person, it would need the approval of 60% of the dog-headed race's branches. With the process of how this flag is given, one could see how important it was. The friendship flags of the big-bellied pig tribe and the giant horned bull tribe that Zhao Hai acquired in the past only represented his good relations with those two tribes. The weight of those flags cannot be compared to the dog-headed race's friendship flag. If Zhao Hai gets a hold of that friendship flag, it would mean that he would be a friend of the entire dog-headed race. People who disrespect Zhao Hai would be similarly disrespecting the entire dog-headed race. This matter might even lead to a war in the prairie. Because he knows about the implications, Zhao Hai asked Buffon to clarify. Buffon understood why Zhao Hai asked his question. He smiled to Zhao Hai and said, Of course it's the dog-headed race's friendship flag. Why do you think the leaders of the tribes were present with Father when you arrived at our camp? When you entered our domain, Father immediately sent word to summon the tribe leaders. Father wanted them to see your performance. Fortunately, you did great. I heard from Father that it wouldn't take a long time before our dog-headed race's flag ends up in your hands. Zhao Hai was so happy he almost cheered. Seeing Zhao Hai's expression, Mendez smiled and said, "Little Hai, you're really lucky, kid." Do you know why the relationship between the cow-headed race and the dog-headed race is very good? It's because we mutually guard each other's friendship flag. With our flags, you can almost walk sideways in the prairie. Chapter 514, Black Bear Beastman. Zhao Hai laughed and said, "That's great. Let's see who dares to annoy me now." If he was in the human domain, Zhao Hai would be saying, "I really don't care if I can walk sideways, as long as my business is in line." However, he cannot say it in the prairie since it would be equal to looking down on the dog-headed race. When that time comes, he would be lucky to only have his friendship flag revoked. Buffon laughed and said, "Don't be overconfident. Our dog-headed race isn't considered to be a warring race. It's still good to behave yourself. If you meet those warring clans, they might even be impolite to you. But don't worry, if you sell them food, they might even give you a friendship flag." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Forget it, they might not necessarily befriend me. Come, let's drink. Let's take care about the bear tribe's food problem first. I heard that they suffered a serious food shortage a few years ago. Since the bear tribe is a friend of the dog-headed race, we must help them." Buffon smiled and said, "We really should. The black bears are really good friends. If you befriend them, they would surely give you a hand later on. Even if they suffer a loss, they won't hold back in helping." Zhao Hai nodded. From Buffon's introduction, he had a certain understanding towards the black bears. They seemed to be really good people. If Buffon was saying truth, then they're worth paying a visit. The three continued to drink inside. At the same time, the people outside doesn't have anything to say about it. After all, Zhao Hai had also provided them with liquor and snacks to partake during breaks. They traveled from day to night. They had also met a small black bear tribe along the way, one of the various tribes in the black bear territory. This tribe had about more than 300 people, a much smaller number compared to Zhao Hai's group. These bear beastmen were a very enthusiastic bunch. When they saw the mastiffs, they immediately invited Buffon into their tent while having people slaughter some sheep to welcome the group. Zhao Hai and the others didn't prevent them from doing so. If they did, it would be like looking down on them. They just have to gift the tribe with some food when they left. These bears might have food troubles, but Zhao Hai didn't. At night, Zhao Hai didn't need to construct his own tent. He can just rest inside Alien since it was comfortable and warm there. Because of this, he can closely monitor the bear beastmen more carefully. Although these bears had large heads, they weren't fat like those pig-headed beastmen. On the contrary, they looked pretty buff. They can even be compared to the Herculean bulls. However, Zhao Hai can see that they hadn't been doing as well as the mastiffs and the Herculean bulls. They were only a small tribe of 300, so they didn't have a lot of argali raised. This time, to welcome Zhao Hai's group, they slaughtered a bunch of them. Zhao Hai can see that they had almost run out of food. To be honest, Zhao Hai's heart was aching. These beastmen were very likable, but seeing how much argali that they have right now and the fact that they can't trade with humans made Zhao Hai feel that the world has been very unfair to the beastman race. In fact, if one thought carefully, they can see that most of the wars between beastmen and humans were likely caused by the human side. Take this time as an example. If the humans did indeed withheld some grain, Then what other choice do the beastmen have other than to steal? Will they just die in starvation? Even humans wouldn't able to hold on, much more the ill-tempered beastmen. Zhao Hai spent the night in the small bear tribe's camp. When they prepared to leave in the morning, Zhao Hai left behind 5,000 jin of breadfruit for the bears to consume. The bears were naturally glad. They even want to pay Zhao Hai with their argali, of which Zhao Hai strongly declined. Things like these small transactions weren't worthy of Zhao Hai's concern. Tens of thousands of jins are too few for Zhao Hai. If he can make friends by giving those away, then that would be a good outcome. After having their breakfast, Zhao Hai's group left. Since they were already inside the Black Bear domain, they only needed another 4 days' worth of travel to reach the main camp. The Black Bear tribe was also quite a large one, so their domain would also be equally huge. But their main camp would be completely fixed, especially during the winter. After 4 days of traveling and staying inside small bear tribe camps, Zhao Hai can finally see the distant view of the Black Bear tribe's main camp. At this time, a team of Black Bear cavalry dashed out from the main camp. These people rode on top of 4-meter-high black bears. Also, these black bears themselves were more than 3 meters high. One could feel pressure just by looking at these black bears riding their mounts. Before long, the team arrived near Zhao Hai's team. When their leader saw Buffon, he smiled and said, "So it's Brother Buffon who arrived. Come with us to the camp quickly." "Right. There are also some Herculean bull brothers. Welcome." "There's a human as well?" When he heard the bear beastman, Zhao Hai understood that he was a frank person, expressing both closeness and distance in his words. When he saw Buffon, he immediately invited him to the camp. When he saw Mendez, he said his greetings, and when he saw Zhao Hai he expressed a bit of hostility. Buffon jumped down from his mount and hugged the bear beastman and said, "Lieben, it's supposed to be your patrol shift this time. Why are you still in the camp? Have you been lazy again?" Lieben cracked a smile and said, "You don't know, but the tribe doesn't have a lot of grain right now. We can only ration them out. There's nobody who can eat fully right now, so we don't have the energy to patrol around." Buffon didn't expect that the Black Bear tribe would reach this degree of shortage. It was still the beginning of spring, but the Black Bear tribe was already rationing. It seems like their grain stores have really gone dry. Buffon patted Lieben's shoulder and said, "You don't need to worry about that anymore. See this man? This is the Herculean bull's foreign prince, a big grain merchant. He has a lot of food in his hand. After he traded with us, I brought him over here as well." Lieben looked at Zhao Hai and grinned. Can a human really become the Herculean bull's foreign prince? Good. Does he really have food in his hand? Buffon smiled and said, "Of course he has. I won't dare deceive you. Escort us to the camp quickly." Lieben complied and led the group towards the main camp. They immediately headed towards the golden tent. When they reached outside the golden tent, Lieben went inside to report while Zhao Hai and the others stood outside. Before long, Lieben went out and looked at the trio and said, "Buffon, the patriarch asks you in." Since Lieben didn't ask Zhao Hai and Mendez, the two naturally wouldn't follow. Buffon nodded to the two of them and then went inside the tent. After quite some time, Lieben went out again and told Zhao Hai and Mendez, "The patriarch invites you two in." Then Zhao Hai and Mendez expressed their gratitude before entering the tent. When Zhao Hai entered the tent, he noticed that there were a lot of people inside. Nearly 20 black bears were present. Buffon sat at a place in the left side of the tent. In the place farthest from the entrance, a black bear was sitting. This bear looked like he was in the prime of his life. His bear eyes looked at the newcomers closely. The two of them knew instantly that this person was the Black Bear tribe's patriarch. After the two gave their respects, The black bear beastman looked at Mendez and said, "You're the Herculean bull Prince Mendez?" Mendez quickly replied, "Mendez has seen the patriarch." The black bear nodded and said, "I know about what happened between you and Fighting Bulls. Good job in eliminating the Radiant Church." Mendez expressed his gratitude. Then the black bear turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "You are the Herculean bull foreign prince Zhao Hai?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Zhao Hai has seen the patriarch." The black bear patriarch looked at Zhao Hai. "Since you've become the foreign prince of the Herculean bulls, this meant that you had helped them a lot. It seems like you're not a bad person." Buffon said that you have a lot of food. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I do have some food. It's this one." Then he put out a breadfruit and passed it along the black bears, having them taste it. After Patriarch tasted the fruit, he nodded and said, "This is very good. But unlike humans, we black bears eat a lot." "How much do you have?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I have a lot. This fruit is something that's only grown in my territory, on the continent. Only I have this thing. It's still my second year trading in the prairie, and I initially didn't plan to sell a lot. But when I saw that there is a food shortage here, I decided to sell it to my friends, the Herculean bulls and the mastiffs. And since the black bear tribe is friends with the mastiffs, I came. After all, a friend of a friend is also a friend." The black bear nodded. Then he said, "All right, since you have a lot, our black bear tribe wants all of it." Zhao Hai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These beastmen patriarch really are too self-confident. They really think that they can buy everything that he has. Zhao Hai quickly responded and said, "Sir Patriarch, you should tell me a specific amount. I really have a lot of food. Also, I'm afraid that you won't want to have all of them. Even if the breadfruit can be stored for a long time, they can't last forever, especially when they burst. They can't last for too long." Naturally, the breadfruit cannot burst by themselves. This was just Zhao Hai's pretext. If he directly told the black bear patriarch that they cannot afford all of his food, then the black bears would think that he was looking down on them. By the time, it would be impossible for him to be their friend. Zhao Hai had already known that since the black bears had been deceived by a human, they're quite hostile towards them. This made Zhao Hai tread lightly with his words. He was even more careful this time than the time when he spoke to the Wolf King. Chapter 515, Intelligent Black Bear Tribe. The Black Bear Patriarch stared at Zhao Hai for quite some time, then seeming to remember something, he said, "Oh, right, yes, what's the price of your breadfruit?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "A fourth the price of bamboo rice." The 1/4 price naturally referred to the price that other merchants sold bamboo rice. The bamboo rice that Zhao Hai sold was half of their price. Therefore, it would be impossible for Zhao Hai to sell his breadfruit according to his pricing of bamboo rice. It was just too low. Even then, this price still shocked the black bear patriarch. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You didn't speak incorrectly. Is it really a fourth the price of bamboo rice?" Zhao Hai nodded. "It is. I've carried a transaction with the Prairie Wolf tribe earlier. I sold it to them at this price." After mentioning the Prairie Wolves, Zhao Hai suddenly remembered that it was already 6 days since he left the wolf camp. He should have given them the 700 million jin a day ago. The black bear patriarch looked at Zhao Hai for a long time, then said, "I have to ask Mr. to take a rest first. We need to discuss this." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he went outside with Lieben. However, Mendez stayed inside the tent. There was already a tent prepared for Zhao Hai outside. Zhao Hai didn't become polite as he led Laura and the others inside the tent. Then he opened the monitor to see what the people inside the tent were talking about. The black bear didn't become polite and directly asked Mendez about Zhao Hai. They wanted to ask how he became a Herculean bull prince. Mendez didn't hide anything. He told everything to the black bears. He told them how they met Zhao Hai as well as the help that he did in defeating the fighting bulls. The black bears were simple, but that didn't mean that they were stupid. Upon hearing Mendez's account, they knew that the reason how the Herculean bulls were able to defeat the fighting bulls in a short time was Zhao Hai. No wonder Zhao Hai became a foreign prince. When Mendez finished speaking, the black bear patriarch nodded and said, "So that's how it is. It seems like this Zhao Hai is really our beastman race's friend. Since a friend came, how can we not serve him some nice wine? Lieben, prepare it immediately. We must invite Mr. Zhao Hai to drink with us today." Lieben complied, then turned around to prepare. Then the black bear patriarch turned back to Mendez and said, "I also heard from Buffon that you have other reasons why you came here other than grain. Tell us." Mendez immediately replied, asking the black bear tribe about how the Herculean bulls needed backup. Buffon also helped, making the black bear patriarch agree. After all, Zhao Hai was also now the black bear tribe's food supplier. This made the black bear patriarch very grateful. After saying this matter, Mendez moved on to their suspicion that the Radiant Church might have been behind the food shortage this time. When the black bear patriarch heard this, he immediately expressed his anger. Then he had someone to investigate this matter as well as pass this information over to the other big warring clans. At this time, everything that they came for with the Black Bear clan had already been taken care of. The only thing remaining was to have the food handed over. The Black Bear patriarch was now thinking about how much food he needs to trade with Zhao Hai. He really didn't think about the matter about protecting the Herculean bulls. To him, it was just nothing more than a statement. After all, the Mastiffs and the Herculean bulls were already friends. Just as what Zhao Hai said, friends of friends were also friends. It was already implied that the Black Bears would help. What their tribe lacks the most at this time was food. As long as their food problem is solved, everything would be easier to do. If the food remains unsolved, then they would suffer more losses. However, since the time they were deceived by that human merchant, their Black Bear tribe has yet to recover to their former strength. If they want to trade with Zhao Hai, they cannot take a lot of things. So the Black Bear patriarch was now wondering how much food they need to trade with Zhao Hai. Buffon and Mendez have already invited to rest inside a prepared tent. Therefore, the only people left inside the tent were the patriarch as well as the elders of the Black Bear tribe. When an elder saw the frowning appearance of the patriarch, he asked, "Patriarch, what are you worried about? Zhao Hai is here, wouldn't he be able to solve our food problem?" The Black Bear patriarch sighed deeply and said, "We can indeed solve our food problem, I just don't know how much we need to buy." The elder thought for a moment before he said, "Patriarch, I think we should just buy a little amount. If this matter is really caused by the Radiant Church, then war would surely come. As long as we participate, we can pillage some food from the humans. So we really don't need to buy too much food." When the patriarch heard the elder, his eyes couldn't help but light up. "Goodness, I didn't think about that. We should buy a little bit, maybe several million jinns at first, then we'll gauge from the situation whether we need more." The elders present all nodded. Zhao Hai, who was sitting inside his tent, couldn't help but smile bitterly and turn his head to Laura, who said that beastmen are simple-minded. "I'll go beat him." From what I can see, these beastmen aren't simple. On the contrary, They're very smart." Laura and the others smiled, then Megan said, "I didn't expect these beastmen to be so insightful as well. It seems like we cannot just underestimate them." "Brother Hai, it looks like you won't be making good profits this time." Zhao Hai smiled faintly. "They didn't buy much because they had insider information." "Right. We should leave some supply for Beast God City. That's a center of authority for the beastmen." Laura nodded. "When the Marquis family ended in my hands, I discovered that we had some businesses in Beast God City, but it seems like we had withdrawn them quite recently. But the shop is still there. We can take it over if we go. I've already sent some letters to Ottai. He should be cleaning that place up. Moreover, I've also given him some bamboo rice to sell there." Zhao Hai nodded. "That's good. But he should have nothing left at this point. There's a food shortage in the prairie." Laura smiled. "Beast God City isn't like other places. That place is the core area of the Beastman Prairie. If there's a grain shortage, then their storehouses should be able to sustain them for some time, so you shouldn't worry too much. Also, besides grain, I have also given Ottai some vegetables and fruit oil. I also told him to sell the grains last, taking care of the vegetables and oil first. If he sold everything, he would wait until we arrive." Zhao Hai smiled. "All right, that arrangement is fine. After we talk with the bears tomorrow, I'll go back to the wolf tribe and send them the remaining food. At the same time, I'll go and tell them about the Radiant Church's involvement in the grain shortage." "Right. Why do you think the wolves wanted to trade us with money?" Laura replied. "This isn't strange. Huge warring clans would sometimes use gold and silver for trade. Huge transactions are inconvenient if one doesn't use gold. Also, the wolf tribe has always been short on beasts. Don't forget, the wolf tribes performs the most thievery towards human merchants among the beastmen. Because of that, they have a lot of gold-silver, which explains why they wanted to use those for their transactions." Zhao Hai nodded. "That is indeed the case. If one were to trade with magic beasts, it may become troublesome to do so in high numbers. Fortunately, we have good uses for gold and silver." "Right. Laura, what do you think about having our own bank in Golden Island?" When Laura heard him, she was confused as she asked Zhao Hai, "Brother Hai, do you really want to have a private bank at Golden Island?" The waters regarding banks are very deep. Presently, all of the banks in the continent are in the hands of royal clans. If we make our own private bank, then we must prepare to offend some royal clans. When he heard Laura, Zhao Hai couldn't help but regretfully shake his head as he sighed. "Forget it. If this is really the case, then we can't make our own bank. We cannot bear to offend the people of the continent." Laura nodded. "Banks make a lot of money. Because of this, the royal clans naturally wouldn't allow others to meddle with it. We should stop thinking about this matter." Zhao Hai nodded. "The banks in the continent are much different than the banks back on Earth." Zhao Hai really wanted to try managing a bank, but when he heard Laura, he had no choice but to give up. He didn't want to have a falling out with the Rosen Imperial clan. At this time, a voice was suddenly heard outside. "Is Mr. Zhao Hai in? The patriarch invites you over for a feast." Zhao Hai complied. Then he stood up before heading outside. Laura and the others also followed behind. When they got out of the tent, they also saw Buffon and Mendez, who just came out. Not far from their tents, some argolus were being roasted. There were some bulls on the pit as well. Such reception was already at a high standard. Liban asked Zhao Hai and the others to sit down. The beastmen's way of eating were quite similar. If the weather is good, they wouldn't eat inside the tent. This was because they cannot have open-air roasting indoors. For the beastmen, not having an open-air barbecue was being unfair to the guests. Zhao Hai was already used to this scene. After the group sat down, It didn't take too long for the Black Bear Patriarch to come out. Zhao Hai and the others immediately stood up and offered their greetings. The Black Bear Patriarch was now very polite towards Zhao Hai. After he invited the group to sit down, he turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "I really want to express my gratitude to Mr. Zhao Hai for coming to our Black Bear tribe. You've really helped our tribe a lot." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Patriarch is too polite. I am a merchant. I came for business. Also, you're friends who need food, so it is natural for me to offer it." The Black Bear Patriarch laughed. Good, good. Since Mr. thinks of us as a friend, then you'll be our friend. Ha ha ha. Mister, take this cup. From now on, you'll be a friend to our Black Bear tribe. When Zhao Hai heard the Patriarch, he couldn't help but be happy. He then raised his glass and returned the Patriarch's gesture. What they were drinking right now was the most common milk wine of the beastmen. Since Zhao Hai was still unfamiliar with the black bears, he chose to not provide his wine this time. Chapter 516, Black Bear Tribe's Friendship Flag. Beastmen are very strange. If you gave them any gift, no matter how precious, they would without a doubt accept it. Even if they knew that you're just doing it to help them, they would still receive it with no hesitations. However, if you give them liquor during a meal, especially if you're still not very familiar with them, they would think that you're looking down on them. For them, this was a very huge matter. But even so, the barbecue this time was very tasty. Even if it was Megan and Lizzie's first time drinking genuine Beastman milk wine, its taste wasn't that far from Zhao Hai's distilled milk wine. This meal made Zhao Hai and the others quite full. They also hadn't drunk any small liquor. They were in the presence of Beastmen. The more you eat and drink, the happier the beastmen get. After eating their meal, it was already quite late. Therefore, Zhao Hai and the others returned to their tent. It seems like it would be impossible to talk about the grain with the Black Bear Patriarch today. When Zhao Hai returned to his tent, he expected that nobody would come. But just after they entered the space, Mendez and Buffon arrived. This surprised Zhao Hai. Then he made Laura and the others go out of the space again. The two might look tipsy, but one could see that they weren't that drunk. Zhao Hai served them some special water, but they didn't drink it. Buffon looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, we told the Black Bear tribe about the Radiant Church's involvement, but now it looks like we told them quite early." Zhao Hai stared, then Mendez guiltily smiled. "We did tell them a little bit too early." The Black Bear tribe lacked grain, but they didn't discuss this matter with us immediately. It seems like they wanted to wait until the war starts and snatch their food there. They're not planning to buy a lot of food from you. Really? Who said that these bears as too simple? This is too insincere. Hearing their concerns, Zhao Hai came to an understanding. He couldn't help but smile and said, "It's fine, you're thinking too much. The Black Bear clan is having a hard time, so it's natural that they'd buy as little as possible. I'll tell you the truth, if the beastmen didn't lack grain, I wouldn't be selling the breadfruits. If I make these fruits into liquor, I'd be getting multiple times more profits from them. You don't need to worry about it too much." Mendez sighed. "Thank you, Little Hai. If there are more humans like you, I think there wouldn't be any more wars between humans and beastmen." Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "People have ambition. As long as ambition is present, war will continually happen. Sooner or later, conflicts will appear. With my own strength, I couldn't change everything. I'm just doing all I can to help." Mendez and Buffon sighed. They knew that Zhao Hai was right. This thing called ambition was impossible to control. Not to mention the humans, beastmen were the same. Otherwise, the matter with the fighting bulls wouldn't have happened. Buffon looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, what do you plan to do next?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, I'll head to Beast God City to take a look. The things I need to do here are almost done. Even if the Black Bears have other warring clan friends, we aren't sure if they have huge problems regarding food. If they have ears around, they may even know about the war, so it's probable that they wouldn't buy any grain. I also want to go to Beast God City to see how willing the other beastmen were when it comes to war, since humans might become the most undesirable people in the prairie. Buffon snorted. I don't know about other humans, but you will definitely have no problems. Don't forget, you're now a prince of the Herculean bulls. You're basically half beastman. If you want, you can head back to our main camp and wave of our dog-headed race's friendship flag. Zhao Hai smiled. Forget it. If worse comes to worst, I can just return to the Herculean bull tribe. Moreover, I've also received a new fief just recently. I still have a lot of work to do. It's more likely that I'd need to return to human territory soon. Don't worry, I won't go too far. Mendez nodded. Alright, in any case, if war does happen, beastmen don't generally kill humans in the prairie, we'd only chase them away. You also have the Herculean Bulls King's flag, that should be quite useful. Zhao Hai nodded and then smiled. Well, you don't really need to worry about me. I'm just going to Beast God City in order to see the situation and maybe make 1 or 2 business deals. Mendez sighed and said, I really think that war would definitely happen, but I really don't want to fight the Rosen Empire. Little Hai shouldn't worry about it. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I won't. My territory is a small island. It would be impossible for the beastmen's attack to reach there. Mendez nodded. Then he looked at the skies and said, it's already quite late, we'll head back to rest. Little Hai, I think you should go hand your grain over to the wolves as soon as possible. The wolves are very mannered people. It wouldn't be good if you go too late. Zhao Hai nodded. Right, rest assured. I'll go there tomorrow. You don't need to worry, you go rest now. The two nodded, then stood up and returned to their tent. After that, Zhao Hai and the others returned to the space. Then Lori looked at Zhao Hai and said, it looks like we misjudged the determination of the beastman race. There is a huge food shortage in the prairie right now. It doesn't matter if this situation was caused by the Radiant Church. I think the beastmen would still wage war regardless. They really need food. Megan looked at Zhao Hai and said, Big Brother Hai, will the beastmen run to the Black Wasteland? If they do, they might cause troubles. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, they shouldn't. The situation with the Black Wasteland didn't happen in a day or two. All of the races in the continent should know about the poisonous mist right now. Even the beastmen wouldn't charge towards it at this point. You don't need to worry about it, we're fine. Megan nodded. Then Lizzie frowned and said, Elder Brother Hai, what effects do you think this will have to the Rosen Empire? Didn't the Empire prohibit trade towards Xu Empire? Because of this, there would be less merchants who can go to the prairie and trade with the beastmen and sell them food. If this becomes the case, then wouldn't the Rosen Empire be an accomplice in this war? When he heard Lizzie, Zhao Hai's expression changed. He said, that makes sense, but I don't think that it's the Empire's fault that the merchants weren't able to do business. Can great nobles really give up their profits? No, especially getting profits from the beastmen. They wouldn't want to miss this opportunity. Therefore, I don't think that it's the Rosen Empire's fault. If we really think too much into it, then it would be much more evident that this matter is caused by the Radiant Church. Laura and the others stared. They couldn't understand what Zhao Hai was saying. Zhao Hai sighed and said, you should know that the Rosen Empire didn't want the Radiant Church to exist in its territory. This offended the church. If the Radiant Church intentionally held the food from the beastmen, they can push the fault to the Rosen Empire. When that time comes, the Rosen Empire would be in very huge trouble. Lizzie and the others' complexion changed. They knew that if the Radiant Church can push the fault of this matter to the Rosen Empire, the Rosen Empire would be hated by the entire continent. The Church's move was using a borrowed knife to deal with another. Shifting the blame in this matter was a ruthlessly dirty move. Lizzie was the one who cared the most about this situation. She immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Elder brother Hai, what do we do? If the Radiant Church's plan goes well, our Rosen Empire would be isolated by the continent." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "We should quickly write a letter to His Majesty informing him of what happened here, and have the Empire get ready. The Radiant Church wanted to use this method to deal with us. I think they're just waiting until the Beastmen declare war. We shouldn't let this matter wait. Let's have His Majesty handle this matter and turn this into the Radiant Church's bad luck. How to deal with this would have to be left to His Majesty. He has more understanding than me regarding these things. The only thing we need to do is inform him." Lizzie nodded. Then Zhao Hai took out some writing materials and had Lizzie write a letter to the Emperor. Then he had it taken from his office back on Golden Island by Kun and sent to the Kelsey family via Bloodhawk. Randolph can then send it to the Emperor. The reason why Zhao Hai went through so much trouble was because he wanted people to not suspect him. He had the letters sent using a Bloodhawk since people already knew about it. After completing these, Zhao Hai and the others felt relief and rested in the villa. However, they couldn't help but feel a bit of fear inside. If the Radiant Church really did succeed, then the Rosen Empire would surely be in deep trouble. The Radiant Church can use this matter to splash some dirty water onto the Rosen Empire. With the number of their believers, it wouldn't take too long before an uproar would happen against the Rosen Empire. The Radiant Church can then suppress the Rosen Empire, and may even force the Empire to allow the religion inside. Although this information was still unconfirmed, but it was better to be on guard just in case the Radiant Church did indeed cause it. At this point, Zhao Hai was now utterly disgusted with the Radiant Church. In his mind, the image of the Church had now become an organization that would resort to all means just to accomplish their goals. In order to deal with an enemy, they actually didn't hesitate to cause an interracial war. If this matter was really proven to be caused by the Radiant Church, then they would definitely become an evil organization. The next morning, after having their breakfast, the Black Bear Patriarch invited Zhao Hai over to the Golden Tent, making Zhao Hai postpone his plan of going to the Prairie Wolves. Zhao Hai entered the Golden Tent, and unexpectedly, Mendez and Buffon were actually present. Zhao Hai then went to the Black Bear Patriarch and offered his greetings. The Patriarch returned the gesture to Zhao Hai as he asked him to sit down. After Zhao Hai sat down, the Black Bear Patriarch looked at him and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, I invited you today in order to discuss with you about the food." Zhao Hai nodded. Then the Black Bear Patriarch continued, "I think Mr. already knows about how we were deceived by a human merchant years before. We have been unable to recover since then, so we really wanted to buy some food from Mr. However, Mendez told us yesterday that the food shortage might have been artificial. If this is really the case, then we beastmen would be waging a war against the humans. During the war, we would be able to pillage some resources. So this time we can't buy too much food from you." Zhao Hai looked at the Black Bear Patriarch. He already knew that the Black Bears wouldn't buy too much food from what he heard yesterday. He thought that the Black Bear Patriarch would find an excuse to tell him, but he never thought that the Black Bear Patriarch would actually tell him the actual reason. This made Zhao Hai surprised. He was too used to the false talk of humans that he was startled when he met an honest person. Although Buffon and Mendez had told him that the Black Bears were honest people, Zhao Hai didn't expect them to be very honest. Seeing that it took a long time for Zhao Hai to respond, the Black Bear Patriarch thought that he was unhappy. He quickly added, "Mr. Zhao Hai can feel relieved. Our Black Bear tribe would cooperate with you in the future. But this time, we really just need a small amount of food." Zhao Hai recovered. He quickly said, "Patriarch is too polite. This isn't really a problem. I also understand the Patriarch's reason. How much do you want?" When the Black Bear Patriarch saw that Zhao Hai wasn't unhappy, he smiled and said, "We're going to buy 40 million jin first. Do you have this much?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I can give it to you immediately, as long as Patriarch finds a place to receive them. I shall give them to you. I have more than 40 million in my hands right now." The Black Bear Patriarch looked at Zhao Hai. Then he understood that Zhao Hai had a space bag. He immediately became happy and replied, "Good. Fantastic. Mr. can just place them outside. I'll have some people clear a place out." "Right. Does Mr. want magic beasts as payment?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You can also give me some gold and silver coins. Those things aren't really useful in the prairie. You can also give me some magic beasts if your coins aren't enough." The Black Bear Patriarch's eyes turned bright. Then he laughed and said, "All right, Mr. is really our tribe's friend." "Right, Liban. Immediately take our tribe's friendship flag." "I must give Mr. our Black Bear tribe's friendship flag." Liban nodded. Then he turned around to leave. Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that he would be receiving a friendship flag this time. The Black Bear tribe was a big warring clan. Their friendship flag was really too important. One could say that with this flag, he could surely walk sideways in the prairie. There would be too few people who would dare offend him. Chapter 517, Well Worth It Transaction. Naturally, the Black Bear Patriarch didn't do this on impulse. Since he was the Patriarch, his decisions were all very well thought out. Zhao Hai might not deeply know the importance of Argolis, but how could the Black Bear Patriarch not? These magic beasts cannot be raised by humans and can only be reared in the prairie. These beasts were generally coins that could give birth. It can also be said that to the beastmen, gold and silver were equivalent to stones. To them, those arguably were the things with value. At the same time, Zhao Hai was also a foreign prince of the Herculean bulls as well as a friend to the mastiffs. With his connections, the Black Bear Patriarch naturally attached great importance to Zhao Hai. Beastmen also regard relationships. In fact, they held it with great importance. This was because beastmen held deep sentiments, and were deeply sincere. If the relationship between two parties was very good, then it was certain that they would help each other a lot. The situation with the Black Bears wasn't very good right now. Just as what the Black Bear Patriarch said, if they weren't that poor, then they might have bought more food. It was just a pity that they don't have much right now. There were 3 reasons why the Black Bear Patriarch gave Zhao Hai their friendship flag. First, it was because the relationship between the Herculean bulls and the Black Bears was good. The second reason was to give the Mastiff tribe face, and the third reason was because Zhao Hai was a grain merchant. Because of these 3 reasons, the Black Bear Patriarch decided to give Zhao Hai their tribe's friendship flag. Zhao Hai wasn't polite. He immediately stepped forward and received the flag. Then he gave a bow and said, "My deepest gratitude to the Black Bear Patriarch." Rest assured, from this day onward, Zhao Hai would become the Black Bear tribe's friend. "I naturally wouldn't be stingy as a friend, so I'll leave 50 million jin behind. The extra breadfruits would serve as my gift to the Black Bear tribe. The Patriarch must accept it." The Black Bear Patriarch didn't expect Zhao Hai to casually give them 10 million jins of breadfruit. This wasn't a small amount. One should know that some transactions between beastmen and humans wouldn't reach 10 million jin. For Zhao Hai to give 10 million jins just like that was too astonishing. The Black Bear Patriarch thought about what he just gained. 10 million jins of food for a friendship flag. This transaction was pretty well worth it. The Black Bear Patriarch couldn't help but laugh. Alright, I'll accept it. But Little Hai, do you really want to trade for gold and silver? Zhao Hai smiled and said, yes, we can just use gold and silver. I know that they might be useless to you, but they have value in my hands, so I might as well have them. The Black Bear Patriarch laughed. Alright. Then I'll be impolite to you. Lieben, go have some people get the gold and silver that we have, those things are useless anyway. At the same time, go have a banquet prepared. Zhao Hai quickly said, Patriarch, I'll have to be exempted from the banquet. I need to go to the Prairie Wolf tribe today. While we were coming here, we've been stopped by them. Then we managed to make a transaction, but I still haven't given them the food. You can wait a moment while I send them the remaining breadfruits. The Black Bear Patriarch shook his head when he heard Zhao Hai. Don't worry, make that old thin wolf wait for a while, they won't die anytime soon. Right, what did he use to trade? Gold and silver? Zhao Hai nodded and said, partly gold and silver, partly magic beasts. Right, Patriarch, I want some unique magic beasts. I don't care about what kind of beasts as long as they are unique to the prairie. I'd like plants as well. It would be nice if Patriarch can pay attention for me. The Black Bear Patriarch didn't say anything for a moment, then he nodded and said, alright. I'll give you 2 violent bears later, but we need to make an agreement that you shouldn't hand them over to other humans for research. They are our beast relatives. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Patriarch can rest assured, I wouldn't give them to any other human. Moreover, I want those beasts not for research, I have other uses for them. Then the Black Bear Patriarch nodded. Zhao Hai watched the time and turned to the Patriarch. Patriarch, I'll go and hand the breadfruits to you. 50 million jin isn't a small number. The Patriarch nodded and then Zhao Hai turned around to leave. When Zhao Hai went out of the tent, Bafan smiled to the Black Bear Patriarch and said, Patriarch is truly very fast in making decisions. It only took a small time before giving Little Hai our friendship flag. Very unlike my father. We really want to give Little Hai our friendship flag, but we still needed the approval of the various tribe leaders. The Black Bear Patriarch stared, he looked at Bafan and said, your Mastiff tribe also want to give your friendship flag to Little Hai? Bafan shook his head and said, not our Mastiff tribe, but our dog-headed race. Our Mastiff tribe's friendship flag wouldn't be a big use to Little Hai. Because of this, Father wanted to convince the other tribe leaders to give Little Hai our dog-headed race's friendship flag. The Black Bear Patriarch thought about it. Although the dog-headed race wasn't considered to be a warring race, their fighting strength was very strong. Under the warring races, their strength could be considered to be the strongest. There were even some small warring races that aren't necessarily stronger than the dog-headed race. If not for some of their branches being very weak, the dog-headed beastmen would have already become a warring race. For such a group to give Zhao Hai their friendship flag meant that they attached great importance towards him. It was at this point that the Black Bear Patriarch realized the value of his earlier transaction. At this time, Zhao Hai had already released his breadfruits. The pile of fruits looked like a small hill. The black bears cheered at the sight of it. Then after being handed orders, they immediately went and stored it at some place safe. When Zhao Hai returned to the tent, Lieben still hadn't come back. He was still managing the gold and silver that was needed to be given to Zhao Hai. The gold and silver needed wasn't a small amount. After Zhao Hai entered the tent, he gave a bow to the Black Bear Patriarch and said, Patriarch, I'll be heading to the Prairie Wolf tribe to give them the food. I shall come back immediately." The Black Bear Patriarch gawked. "Do you really need to go? I have already prepared the banquet." Zhao Hai smiled. "Don't worry, I'll come back right away." Then he went out of the tent and whistled. Before long, a red silhouette came flying down. Before the black bears could respond, the figure had already fallen in front of Zhao Hai. The blood hawk's body was now more than 3 meters high and looked very majestic. Zhao Hai rode on the hawk's back before it spread its wings and shot up into the air. It didn't take a long time before he became a small dot in the sky. When Liban saw this, he immediately had other people move the gold and silver. Then he returned to the tent and told everything he saw to the Black Bear Patriarch. The Black Bear Patriarch responded, "Are you sure?" The hawk looked stronger than the hawk-headed race's beast. "Does this mean that the humans now have an air force?" This was another difference between the humans and beastmen. The beastmen have their own air force. They had a lot of aerial forces. They were divided between the chaffinch, the hawks, the eagles, and so on. Because of their unique beasts, they can form their own air force. This aspect was the beastmen's advantage against humans. However, the beastmen's air force have their own flight limitations and can't fly higher than the blood hawk. They can only fly at low altitudes, enough for humans to target them with ballistas. Making an air force also wasn't very easy, so their role in the beastman race wasn't that huge. Now that he heard that Zhao Hai had a flying magic beast that was also quite strong, the Black Bear Patriarch was startled. He didn't know that the humans also had their own air force. After thinking about it, he couldn't help but turn towards Buffon and Mendez. Buffon was also clueless about this matter. However, Mendez knew since Zhao Hai didn't hide it from them. Even if the beastmen have races that are suitable for air forces, they aren't very numerous. At the same time, races like the black bears and the Herculean bulls cannot have an air force. They were simply too heavy. Even if they can ride a blood hawk, they wouldn't be able to do a lot of things on its back. Mendez looked at the Black Bear Patriarch and knew that the other party wanted some answers. Therefore, Mendez didn't hide the truth as he nodded and said, "They have, but not the Wuxia Empire." Little Hai is now under the Rosen Empire. His wife was also the daughter of the emperor. The Rosen Empire had begun to set up their air force, but it would take a while before they become operational. The Black Bear Patriarch nodded. "So it's like this. That's good. It wouldn't be great if the Wuxia Empire had their own air force, right? Why didn't Little Hai give the Wuxia Empire some of his hawks?" Mendez smiled. "It's because Little Hai has a grudge with the Wuxia Empire and the Radiant Church. With such enmity, how could he give his hawks to the Wuxia Empire? Instead, he couldn't wait until the empire gets eliminated." When the Black Bear Patriarch heard Mendez, he smiled and said, "All right, that's good. So this means that we don't need to hold back against the Wuxia Empire." Mendez smiled and said, "There's also the Radiant Church. When we deal with the Wuxia Empire, we can send word out that it was because the Radiant Church was holding food back from us. This would be Little Hai's lesson towards the Radiant Church." The Black Bear Patriarch laughed. "No need to say more. I also find the Radiant Church to be repugnant. It is also highly probable that they are behind this food shortage, so we just cannot let them off. It's a good idea to send a word out and make those humans deal with the Radiant Church themselves. It would save us the effort of doing it." The people inside the tent laughed. While they were discussing about the Radiant Church, there was another person who was also thinking about the organization, and this person was none other than Zhao Hai's father-in-law, the Rosen Emperor. Chapter 518. Dead Minister. When the Rosen Emperor received Zhao Hai's letter, he couldn't help but be shocked. He really didn't expect the Radiant Church to use this method to deal with the empire. Although this information was still unconfirmed, the emperor already believed it to be real. If the church's plan came to fruition, the Rosen Empire would be detested by the entire continent. There was even a possibility that the commoners would stop supporting them. If the commoners start believing in the Radiant Church, then the Rosen Empire would be following the footsteps of other nations. They might even be even worse than the others. The Rosen Empire had offended the Radiant Church. It would be very strange if the Radiant Church lets this opportunity to punish the Rosen Empire go. The Rosen Emperor thought that Zhao Hai's letter came at a very timely manner. The Radiant Church still hadn't started their plan. At this point, the Rosen Empire had the upper hand. The emperor immediately called his trusted ministers over and had them read the letters sent by Zhao Hai. These ministers were also nobles of the Rosen Empire. None of them were stupid. Upon reading the letter, they immediately understood the implications of this matter for the Rosen Empire. When the emperor saw their faces, he knew what they were thinking. Then he said, "I didn't think that the Radiant Church would use this trick. This is really too ruthless. We're lucky that Little Hai managed to inform us. Otherwise, I don't want to think about what would happen." "Everyone, what do you think we should do?" Then almost everyone's gazes turned to Randolph. The Kelsey family had been at odds with the Radiant Church for a long time. Moreover, Randolph was Zhao Hai's grandfather-in-law. Because of this, everyone wanted to hear Randolph's opinion first. When Randolph saw their gazes, he knew that he needed to talk. He couldn't help but coldly snort. "It would be bad if we didn't know. However, since we found out about it, then there would be no way for the Radiant Church to succeed. I think we should first spread this information, fully expressing the Radiant Church's plans. We should make the first move. Make the people side with us." When the beastmen attack and ravage the Wuxia Empire, even if the Radiant Church starts their plan, nobody would believe them. The emperor nodded and said, "Randolph is right. I thought about this plan as well." "What do all of you think?" Jesse then added, "If the beastmen really did have a food shortage just as Little Hai said, then we don't have anything to worry about. However, once the Wuxia Empire gets into trouble because of the war, refugees would come in droves. By then, we wouldn't have any choice other than help them. Otherwise, the Radiant Church would be using it against us." The emperor nodded. "This really depends on how far the beastmen go. If they get too ambitious, then the Wuxia Empire would suffer a lot. The beastmen army isn't something that they can resist. At this time, we usually send some troops for support. But this time, I don't want our soldiers to die in vain. Let's have the Wuxia Empire pay the price first before sending support troops." Then another noble said, "We should, but we cannot send too many. We are already convinced that the Wuxia Empire has been colluding with the Radiant Church. But even then, we are already sure that Boris is certainly with the Radiant Church. If we dispatch troops to help the Empire, then they may be entering into the Radiant Church's trap. How about we start with having the Wuxia Empire recognize our sovereignty of Golden Island first, then have them make a public apology towards us. What does your Majesty think about this?" The emperor nodded and said, "Very well. We cannot just fall into traps." "Good. If the Wuxia Empire cannot take it, then we'll send support. Pass this command. Starting tomorrow, the Rosen Empire will enter second alert level. Every information regarding the Radiant Church shall need to be passed on as soon as possible." The people present complied, then they asked to be excused. When everyone had left, the emperor then talked with a serious voice, "What do you think about this matter?" He seems to be talking to himself, but at this time, a reply came, Zhao Hai has performed well. It seems like he really does regard himself as a person of the Rosen Empire, and also, he doesn't seem to be a person with great ambitions." The voice resounded in the hall, however. The emperor doesn't seem to be startled. This was because this voice came from someone belonging to a special Rosen Empire unit, a dead minister. A dead minister didn't mean that this minister was an undead. On the contrary, they were very alive humans. This man follows the emperor every time. The existence of these ministers were only known to the Rosen emperors. Whatever the emperor was doing, this minister will always be with him. Even if the emperor was with his concubine in bed, they would act as an audience at one side. It's just that nobody had ever seen them before. Would the emperor be comfortable in having someone with him all the time? The answer was of course not. But this rule has been present since the first Rosen emperor. Nobody dared disobey this rule. Because of this, no emperor ever talked about their existence outside. These people's existence was Rosen Empire's biggest secret. The emperor nodded and said, "It seems like the kid is doing a good job in managing Golden Island. He is also quite strong himself, but he doesn't seem to want to expand. Giving Lizzie to him makes me feel relieved." The voice didn't come. Then the emperor sighed and said, "If Little Hai didn't send word early, then we might have been extinguished by the Radiant Church sooner or later." The emperor seems to be talking to himself right now. The voice wasn't speaking anymore. The emperor also knew that unless he took the initiative and asked, the voice wouldn't say anything. The emperor also knew that the owner of the voice was still there. For how long he has been the emperor, he still hadn't seen this person. He only knew that this person was extremely loyal to the Rosen imperial clan. On the other hand, Randolph, who just came out of the palace, immediately rushed towards his house. He wanted to tell Zhao Hai about the emperor's decisions. No matter what, this matter was brought to light by Zhao Hai. Randolph wanted Zhao Hai to know about this news. Actually, he really didn't need to tell Zhao Hai since the latter already knew. After Zhao Hai had the letter sent, he also made Care pay attention to the imperial palace. Zhao Hai even found out about the existence of the dead minister. At this time, Zhao Hai was already on the skies outside the Prairie Wolf camp. When he descended to the camp, the people became frightened. However, when they saw that it was only Zhao Hai, they relaxed. Zhao Hai didn't rashly go to inside the camp. He just stood outside and waited. Before long, Hans came. He looked at Zhao Hai with an indifferent expression and said, "You're 2 days late." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "My apologies, there are matters that delayed me." Hans nodded. Then he turned around and walked towards the camp with Zhao Hai following him closely behind. When he entered the golden tent, the old Wolf King was already waiting for him. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, the old Wolf King said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, you're late." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I've been unfair to the Wolf King. I've been delayed for 2 days because of some matter. But I have some information to tell you. Once you hear this, your grievance towards the food would disappear." The old Wolf King looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What is it?" Zhao Hai then told him about the food shortage of the prairie being possibly caused by the Radiant Church. He also told the Wolf King that the Beastmen might declare war against the humans. The old Wolf King calmly listened to Zhao Hai and waited until he finished. When Zhao Hai was done, the old Wolf King looked at him and said, "Why did you tell me this? Now that you told me about this, I wouldn't be buying any more food." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I know, but I must inform you about this. I don't want to deceive you just for measly money. What I want is long-term cooperation with your tribe. I don't want short-lived businesses." The old Wolf King looked at Zhao Hai for quite some time before he laughed. "Good, Good. It's been quite a long time before I saw someone so interesting. Alright then, I'll be impolite. This time I'll get 300 million jin, nothing more. What do you think? Zhao Hai smiled and said, no problem. Since I told you about this, then I already knew that this would happen. There are still many opportunities for business in the future. Right. Since I don't have anything else to do here anymore, then I'll have to ask the Wolf King to give me permission to be excused. The Wolf King looked at Zhao Hai and said, why so anxious? Is there a problem? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I just want to catch up with the bear tribe. The Black Bear Patriarch has prepared a feast and is waiting for me. I must head back to attend the event. The old king nodded and said, since you have a prior engagement with that stupid bear, then you should go. Our prairie wolves need food every year. You have a lot of opportunities to come back here. Zhao Hai smiled, right. If the Wolf King needs anything else, then don't hesitate to tell me. I can also supply things other than food. I have some daily necessities, ironware, salt, and a lot more things that you might want. Just tell me and I'll have them sent over. The old Wolf King nodded and said, well, there's still the war. After that, we can start our cooperation. Hans, are Mr. Zhao Hai's things ready? Hans nodded and said, they're prepared. Then the Wolf King nodded and said, then bring Mr. Zhao Hai along to take it. Hans complied and then turned to walk outside. Zhao Hai gave the Wolf King a salute before leaving as well. Hans walked in front while Zhao Hai followed him. Before long, they arrived in front of a tent. There were two wolf-headed beastmen guarding the entrance to the tent. When they saw Hans arrive, they immediately bowed. Then Hans lifted the curtain to enter. When Zhao Hai saw this, he knew that he was to follow Hans in, so he didn't hesitate and immediately went inside. Once he entered the tent, Zhao Hai immediately knew why Hans brought him here. This tent was the wolf tribe's treasure vault. Chapter 519, Son. Handling gold differed between the humans and beastmen. Since the humans use these precious metals as circulation currency, they would mold them into coins. However, beastmen don't use gold for trading since they have their magic beasts. Because of this, their gold were made into bricks. The tent was entirely full of gold bricks. If one were to calculate, this was an absolutely great wealth. Hans looked at Zhao Hai. He wanted to see Zhao Hai's face when he saw those gold bricks. In the past, when the prairie wolves did business with humans, Hans would also bring them to this tent. When humans see this display, their saliva would flow out and would even forget about Hans' existence. Upon seeing the gold bricks, they were truly entranced, almost to the point of literally kissing and licking the bricks. Hans used to look at them and feel disgusted. Hans wanted to see what expression Zhao Hai would have when he saw the gold. However, when he turned to see Zhao Hai, he couldn't believe what he saw. This was because Zhao Hai took a small glance at those bricks before shifting his gaze elsewhere. It seems like, to Zhao Hai, those gold bricks were worth nothing. Zhao Hai's reaction made Hans surprised. Although Hans hasn't gone to the human territories before, he knew that they used gold and silver for trade. He knew how much wealth these bricks represented. The reason he brought Zhao Hai here was to see how greedy of a person Zhao Hai was. The reason why the wolf-headed race had so little interactions with human merchants was because they don't trust the human race. They think that the humans were too greedy. Therefore, if they did want to have a long-term cooperation with a merchant, they wanted to see first if they were greedy or not. This treasury was their test. The merchants who came here in the past were killed and then fed to Hans' mount. This time, they wanted to see Zhao Hai's performance and see whether he was worth having a long-term partnership with. If Zhao Hai was also very greedy, then for the Herculean bulls, mastiffs, and the black bears, they wouldn't kill him. However, it would be very hard for Zhao Hai to do business with them again in the future. Although Zhao Hai's actions made Hans shocked, Hans was also very satisfied. At the same time, Zhao Hai was surprised internally as well. This was because this shouldn't be a treasury, but a treasure trove itself. There are a lot of good things here, some of them Zhao Hai couldn't recognize. However, just based on the fact that they were here, their value shouldn't be very low. Seeing that Zhao Hai was looking around, Hans said, "Sir, you can take these gold and silver bricks. Take the amount equal to your price for 300 million jin of food." Zhao Hai looked at Hans and smiled. "I'm really not in a hurry. To think that this is actually your treasure trove. I can't help but leave the bricks alone. I want to pick something else in this room. If its value exceeds the food that I supplied, I can compensate it with more fruits. What do you think?" Hans stared at Zhao Hai with a strange look. The reason with Hans' expression was Zhao Hai's misunderstanding. This wasn't the treasure trove of the prairie wolf tribe. This was just a storage tent. In this tent, aside from gold, there were also strange things that the prairie wolf had gotten over the years. These things were useless to the prairie wolves. They couldn't be researched either. These aren't really treasures. It was because of this that when Zhao Hai told Hans that he'd exchange these things for food, he couldn't help but stare strangely. Seeing Hans' expression, Zhao Hai became confused. Then he asked, "What's wrong?" "I can't." Hans shook his head and said, "I'm unable to take responsibility for this. I must ask the patriarch first. I'll have to ask Mr. to come out with me in the meantime." Zhao Hai nodded, then came out of the tent with Hans. While Hans went to look for the Wolf King, Zhao Hai waited in front of the tent. The reason why Zhao Hai proposed this trade was because he saw a peculiar thing among the items inside the tent. It was a piece of metal inside a crystal bottle. This metallic thing looks very strange. It was boiling just like how water would. It also had some faint bluish flame surrounding it. If one wasn't paying attention, they wouldn't notice this thin layer of flame. When Zhao Hai's eyes located the item, he can feel something in his heart. It kept telling him that he needed to obtain it. Because of this feeling, Zhao Hai made this request to Hans. Before long, Hans went back and then looked at Zhao Hai. "Mr. the patriarch has given word. Since Mr. is our tribe's friend, then we won't treat you unjustly." "Mr. in truth, all of the items in this tent are worthless to our prairie wolf tribe. If Mr. takes a liking to one, Mr. can just take it, then you can take the gold as we have discussed before." When Zhao Hai heard Hans, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "His Highness Wolf King is really too polite. But I don't want to be cheap towards the Wolf King either. The things inside this tent might be useless to you, but to me, they are very useful. I only need one thing. The bricks we can discuss later." Then he turned around to enter the tent. He took the strange metal in a bottle and then told Hans, "Hans, I want this thing. Since I have an urgent matter to take care of, I wouldn't be saying goodbye to the Wolf King. If I have the opportunity later, then I would certainly give my greetings." Hans looked at Zhao Hai and nodded. He actually thought of Zhao Hai as a friend at this point. After all, Zhao Hai's performance today had given Hans a good impression of him. Outside, after saying his goodbyes to Hans, Zhao Hai got up to his blood hawk as it shot up into the sky. When he reckoned that nobody was now able to see him, Zhao Hai entered the space. After he entered the space, a prompt was heard, "Source of pure energy detected. Combination of 3 attributes, metal, fire, and water. Assimilating pure energy into the space. Growth of crops improved. Host's physical body improved. Constitution improved from metal and wood to metal, water, fire, wood, and metal. The hosts can now control 4 elements." Asking host to work hard. When Zhao Hai heard this prompt, He was shocked. It was the first time that he had heard of something with 3 elements in it. In addition to metal, there was also fire and water. He didn't expect that those two could actually coexist together. This thing was really too strange. However, this was a good thing for him. In the past, Zhao Hai can only control metal and plants, but now, he can also control fire and water. This development was truly very good. Although magic also had fire and water elements, Zhao Hai can now be considered to be someone with a divergent ability regarding fire and water. There was a huge difference between water and fire mages and water and fire divergent ability users. When a mage uses magic, they generally do so through incantations. Additionally, they would also use the magic within their bodies to resonate with the magical elements. Then they can cast their spells. However, when the spell has been cast, there would be no way for a mage to change its form. If you casted a fireball spell, then it would be impossible for it to be transformed into a fire dragon. The mage could only cast a fire dragon if he wanted one. But a fire element divergent ability was different. They can manually control fire. Once a fireball has been released, they can mold it and make it into a fire dragon, or even a fire whip. If one compares fire divergent ability users to fire mages, then the fire mage would be a man who attacks using a stone, while a fire divergent ability user was a mason who can carve a stone into a statue. A fire divergent ability user can be seen as an advanced version of a fire mage. However, even if Zhao Hai acquired another 2 divergent abilities, he still needed to practice them just like what he did with the metal and wood element abilities. These abilities needed constant practice in order to be formidable. Zhao Hai was very happy with this time's harvest. Even if he didn't know what the item inside the bottle was, it still gave him 2 new divergent abilities as well as improving the growth of the crops in the space. These were very good things. Upon thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but turn his attention towards the crystal bottle and then opened it. When the bottle was opened, Zhao Hai didn't expect the metal inside to immediately fly out of the bottle and moved up faster and faster. It reached to the point where Zhao Hai can no longer see it, but he could feel that there had been wonderful changes occurring in the space. In the past, even if the space had the right temperature, the warmth that they felt seemed to be without life. Being on the spaces outdoors felt just like being inside any other room. It felt very strange. However, it was different this time around. Even if the temperature inside the space didn't have major changes, Zhao Hai could feel true warmth in his body. It felt very comfortable. At the thought of this, Zhao Hai suddenly froze. Then he patted his own head. Wasn't this feeling very much like the sun? Was the thing inside the bottle not a metal, but instead a miniature sun? At this time, a prompt was heard from the space. Unknown material detected. Crystalline properties, bottle-shaped. The origin of the material is unknown. The material's properties are special. It can store everything without damaging it. Absorbing properties of material. Host's energy is strengthened. Host may now crystallize his body instantaneously, may defend against any attacks. This made Zhao Hai thoroughly shocked. He didn't think that there would be such a thing. He had unexpectedly acquired another divergent ability. He can actually change his body into a crystal? Then wouldn't he become a crystal person? Will he be alive after then? Just when he thought about these questions, a prompt was heard. Host doesn't need to worry about anything. The body's crystallization happens in a cellular level. Host can just move normally. After the ability gets to an advanced level, Host can also turn other things into crystal. Host can just choose to withdraw the ability at any time. After Zhao Hai heard this sound, he couldn't help but laugh. This ability was truly powerful. If this ability gets strong in the future, then if he took a piece of grass and turned it into a crystal, it would be able to pass as another weapon. While storing the bottle carefully, Zhao Hai's body flashed out of the space. This bottle was very useful to him since he was not yet capable of turning things into a crystal. If he came upon things that he cannot store, the jar would be able to save him the trouble. After having everything finished and going out of the space, Zhao Hai was now back on the Blood Hawk. At this point, the Blood Hawk was already on the skies of the Black Bear tribe's main camp. Zhao Hai immediately had the Blood Hawk dive down. The people of the Black Bear tribe had already seen the Blood Hawk. However, when they saw the beast diving down, they couldn't help but look at it curiously. Zhao Hai didn't control the hawk and just had it go on its way. Before long, he was already in front of the Black Bear tribe's main camp where the banquet was already underway. Right now, the Black Bears were extremely polite towards Zhao Hai. Even if these people didn't know about Zhao Hai, they still gave their greetings to the person who gave them food as well as the person who had their friendship flag. Zhao Hai also greeted the other Black Bears before he headed towards the Golden Tent. The banquet there had already begun. The Black Bear Patriarch hosted the event while the elders were interacting with Buffon and Mendez. Laura and the others were also sitting at the side accompanied by other Black Bear women. The group were happily chatting and laughing with each other. When the Black Bear Patriarch saw that Zhao Hai had already returned, he immediately invited him over to sit by his side. There, Zhao Hai can see a chair that was intentionally left empty, naturally saved for Zhao Hai. This made Zhao Hai surprised. The place at the left side of the Patriarch was a very important and respectable position. However, he also knew that being polite was useless at this time. Overly polite people were heavily disliked by the Beastmen. Therefore, he immediately gave his greetings before arriving at the empty chair and sat down. Seeing Zhao Hai sit down, the Black Bear Patriarch then held his wine glass up and said, "Today is a happy day. Our Black Bear tribe has acquired a trustworthy human friend, Zhao Hai. He has also received our friendship flag. He will be our Black Bear tribe's friend from now on. Everyone, join me in cheering for our new friend." Everyone simultaneously held their glasses up in the air and said, "Cheers." Then they drank the liquor in the glass. After refilling his glass, the Black Bear Patriarch once again held it up and said, "Our Black Bear tribe's brothers, the Mastiff tribe, sent us information about the food shortage. They said that this may have been the cause of the Radiant Church. I passed this matter over to the Lion-Headed race and the Tiger-Headed race to have it investigated. If this matter was indeed caused by the Radiant Church, then we must use our spiked maces and head to the human territories to pillage some food. Everyone, prepare yourselves." All the Black Bears held their glass up again and cheered, "Yes, yes, yes." Then they drank their second glass of liquor. Then the Black Bear Patriarch held his glass for the third time and said, "But all of you should remember, no matter how much we hate humans, Zhao Hai will always be our friend." Then the people said in one voice, "Yes." Before they drank their third glass of liquor, then everyone was free to do what they want. After continually drinking 3 glasses, the Black Bear Patriarch placed his glass down and turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, what kind of transaction did you do with the Wolf Tribe?" Chapter 520, Arriving at Beast God City. When Zhao Hai heard the Black Bear Patriarch, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Before, they wanted my food. But when I told them about the war, they decided to not buy the remaining food." The Black Bear Patriarch stared for a moment before his complexion changed. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What, did they dare to dishonor an agreement? All right. Tomorrow I'll go and settle accounts with that old malnourished wolf." Zhao Hai immediately shook his head and said, "No, Number. I already expected this before informing the old Wolf King. You should know that their situation is much worse than the Black Bear tribe. Therefore, I told them that they might go into war and gain food there. Because of that, they decided to not buy the other food in my hands. The Black Bear Patriarch looked at Zhao Hai curiously before saying, "Little Hai, why would you do that? You are a merchant. Wouldn't it be better if they buy your food?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Not really. To tell you the truth, I really didn't plan to sell those breadfruits to the prairie. I can sell them elsewhere, and for more profit. Since the prairie wolf tribe are your friends, then they are my friends as well. I don't really need to cheaply profit off of them. What I want is long-term cooperation with the beastmen. For this goal to be attained, I couldn't offend the prairie wolf tribe." The Black Bear Patriarch stared at Zhao Hai for a moment before he laughed and continually patted Zhao Hai's shoulder. If this was in the past, Zhao Hai might not have been able to bear this beating. However, he was now an 8th rank expert and also had his body repeatedly strengthened by the space. At this time, he doesn't feel anything from the pats of the Black Bear Patriarch. Instead, he even felt that two of them had gotten more intimate. The banquet went very smoothly, especially for the Black Bear Patriarch. Even if he calls the old Wolf King bad names, one could see that the relationship between the two was very good. Zhao Hai's performance towards the prairie wolves also made the Black Bear Patriarch happy. Because of Zhao Hai's actions this time, the Black Bear Patriarch can see that Zhao Hai was really the beastman's friend. At the very least, he doesn't look down on them like any other human. After the banquet, Zhao Hai and the others were already quite tipsy. Since they didn't have anything else left to do, Zhao Hai and the others returned to their tent and immediately drank 2 cups of spatial water. At the same time, Zhao Hai also informed Laura and the others about the changes inside the space. Although the space didn't level up, the changes inside were very big. Compared to the past where the only thing that they could feel was warmth, the space was now more comfortable and more alive. The most important thing was the change towards the farming grounds. Even if the growth of the plants on the farming ground weren't slow, with the addition of the sun, it became even faster. It also seems like the plants looked much healthier than before. Zhao Hai and the others were happy with this development. With the changes in the space, they can also feel that the energy inside became thicker than before. At the same time, the energies were also more active. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with the space's transformation. He slept very well that night. The next morning, Zhao Hai bade farewells towards the Black Bear Patriarch. No matter what, they needed to head towards Beast God City. They had someone waiting for them there. Mendez and Buffon didn't follow them and returned to their respective tribes. This time, their plans were very successful. The Herculean bulls had gained a powerful ally with the Black Bear tribe. For the Herculean bulls, this development was great. Buffon's main task was just to escort Zhao Hai as well as help Mendez gain a good relationship with the Black Bear tribe. However, he also gained a lot from this trip. At the very least, he already saw that Zhao Hai had gotten the friendship flag of the Black Bear tribe. The Mastiff tribe can use this information to convince the other dog-headed tribe leaders that Zhao Hai was a good friend. During the trip, Zhao Hai was inside the body of Alien. However, one could see that there were flags erected on top of the undead beast's body. There was the Herculean Bulls King's flag, the Big-Bellied Pig tribe's friendship flag and the Black Bear tribe's friendship flag. Even if Zhao Hai had a dog-headed race's flag, it was just a common flag, so it was basically useless. He also had the giant horned bull's friendship flag. However, he was already the cow-headed race's prince. Erecting that flag was just redundant. Even so, The sight was amazing. The Herculean Bull's king's flag represented the entirety of the cow-headed race. The beastmen regarded face very heavily. This was because they knew that once their face gets dragged into the mud, their race would get annexed by other races. If people dared to touch Zhao Hai, this would mean that they were offending the royal tribe of the cow-headed race. This would mobilize the entire cow-headed race, and their strength wasn't something to be scoffed at. Additionally, he also had the Black Bear tribe's friendship flag. This flag held greater importance. Even if it was only a friendship flag, this flag represented that Zhao Hai was a true friend to the Black Bears. If Zhao Hai were to be bullied and was made known to the Black Bear tribe, then one could be sure that the Black Bears wouldn't just sit by and do nothing. Although the impact of the Big-Bellied Pig tribe's friendship flag wasn't very great, it also indicated that Zhao Hai had been recognized by the Big-Bellied Pig tribe. This was also something noteworthy to other beastmen. It can be said that even if the beastmen and the humans did go to war, there would be no beastmen who would act against Zhao Hai. It was because they would be offending multiple tribes while doing so, and nobody wanted to do such thing. Zhao Hai's target right now was Beast God City. Therefore, he didn't go and deliberately contact every beastman camp that he came across. Of course, proper contact was also necessary. The distance between the Black Bear tribe's domain and Beast God City wasn't very long. One could just travel for 10 days before reaching the city. For the beastmen, Beast God City was a sacred place. The more formidable the tribe, the nearer they were to the city. This also demonstrated their status. Beast God City was also the place where beastmen can buy things more conveniently. Because of his flags, Zhao Hai's journey was very relaxed. All of the tribes that he met were very polite. All of them welcomed Zhao Hai as a friend. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't just let them suffer a loss, so he left behind some grain as a gift to those tribes. This act made these beastmen happy. Zhao Hai and the others were also listening to rumors along the way. These rumors were about how the Radiant Church cut off all of the food heading towards the prairie. It was directly passed on that the Radiant Church was behind this time's food shortage. This information was something that the wolf-headed race, bear-headed race, and the dog-headed race released together. They released this information in order to have the other races prepare. At the same time, this was also used to pressure the other warring races. This information was also like a dropped bomb to the beastmen. Before long, the beastmen in the prairie burst into action. The entire place was boiling with anticipation. Even Zhao Hai can see the changes of the beastmen just by looking at their eyes. Zhao Hai knew that if he didn't have those 3 flags, then those beastmen may have already got to him and expelled him from the prairie. Although these beastmen had their own internal thoughts, they still warmly received Zhao Hai's group. This made Zhao Hai's heart feel quite strange. Zhao Hai didn't dare release a blood hawk towards Beast God City at this time. Beast God City always had at least 10 9th-rank experts in it all the time. Even if the blood hawk has become very strong, it cannot defeat a 9th-rank expert. If the 9th-rank experts misunderstand, then Zhao Hai's troubles wouldn't be very small. The other races should have already known about his blood hawk. Although he was now the prince of the Herculean bulls as well as a friend of the black bears, the 9th-rank experts guarding the city wouldn't let him off if he dared to release a blood hawk right now. After traveling for 10 days, Zhao Hai had finally arrived at Beast God City. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was the fact that the more they got closer to the city, the less they heard rumors about the Radiant Church and the food shortage. When he arrived at Beast God City, nobody was talking about it. This made Zhao Hai confused. However, Zhao Hai's thoughts were interrupted when he finally saw the famous Beast God City. The city had both the colors of green and red. With what Zhao Hai saw, The city seemed like a beast that was lying there, prepared to attack anyone who dared offend it. As he came closer and closer to the city walls, Zhao Hai noticed that the pressure increased. Although Beast God City was just like any other stone city, its stark red hue made people feel immense pressure. Beast God City's walls weren't as tall as Carson City. The walls of the city was only about 10 jong 33 meters high. However, since the city was placed on a flat and barren prairie, it looked relatively tall. Beast God City looked very lively. While he was yet to arrive at the city, Zhao Hai can already see tense people all around. Zhao Hai looked at the tents and couldn't help but feel strange. However, he also knew that building houses in the prairie was much harder than making houses in human territory. Tents were much more common here. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived near a clump of tents. He could see human merchants entering and leaving the tents here. Zhao Hai had Alien stop before he walked out of Alien's body. He wasn't afraid of causing panic among the humans, but instead he didn't want the other beastmen in the city to have an opportunity to blame him. It wasn't a wise move to offend the beastmen at this place. When Zhao Hai went out of Alien, he immediately received the undead. Then he walked on foot towards the city. At this time, a carriage was fast approaching Beast God City. This carriage was pulled along by a 4th-rank magic beast tiger-tailed horse. The fighting strength of this magic beast was good. Even if it wasn't the best when it came to speed, its strength was placed on the top among the 4th-rank magic beasts. Chapter